This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Good morning and welcome to day number 4 at Willowmoore Park, where South Africa Emerging have put themselves firmly in the driving seat against Bangladesh Men's Emerging. It was Bangladesh Men's Emerging yesterday who were bowled out for 271 in their first innings, and they had no choice but to follow on. And at stumps yesterday, they reached 94 for 3, still trailing South Africa Emerging by 132 runs. Day number 4 is set up to be a beautiful day of cricket. Look at those weather conditions, no chance of rain, and the sun is out, and I can tell you what, anything is possible today. South Africa Emerging needing a further 7 wickets for victory, and Bangladesh Emerging, the equation for them is pretty simple, is to fight all day long. Well, my name is Kamba Nyigana. I'm not alone in commentary. I'm here with Neil Mumba. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning, Kamba. Yeah, interesting. We've been here for 3 days now, and it's day 4 today. South Africa winning the toss, scoring 497 for 8. JB King playing very well, as did Mitchell van Buren. Bangladesh Emerging men fought well yesterday, and then I think we can call it a bit of collapse brought on by Janko Smith, firing fast bowling, getting 4 for 44, and then in the second innings following on Bangladesh of 94 for 3. And it's a simple equation. He's got a bat for the day.
Yeah, simple equation. It wasn't too simple for Bangladesh Men's Emerging yesterday, just before the lunch break, or just after the lunch break rather. You see here, Ifti and Chowdhury Rizwan were batting alongside together pretty well together, knocking some boundaries away. And it was just at that time where South Africa Men's Emerging took that new ball and found a way to get 5 quick wickets and bowl them out pretty quickly. But this is just before that new ball had taken. You see how comfortable they were to be able to score runs and pick apart Andile Similani and score very brilliant runs through the covers and maybe streaky boundaries at times. And it was Andile Similani who also picked up about 2 crucial wickets just before that lunch to get that breakthrough and get these 2 batters in. But thereafter, it was that new ball from Janko Smith, and alongside Andile Similani, it was Sia Blakey. We also huffed and puffed and tried to get some wickets alongside Skalk Engelbrecht, but they couldn't get the breakthrough with that older ball. But here's the action from Janko Smith, picking up those wickets, 4 wickets in 4 overs. That's one of the first ones, Ifti. He was absolutely pumped, picking up his first wicket after pressurizing. It was Ifti, and then there it was Chowdhury Rizwan. He picked up that wicket and getting his outside edge. And there as well, yet another wicket, leading edge to Andile Similani at backward point. Some really good work. Then a nasty bouncer to Mahedi Hassan. What bowling it was, what a spell it was. And that was close to the end of the first innings of Bangladesh Men's Emerging. A few runs later on, but Skalk Engelbrecht finished it off with a brilliant wicket to disturb the furniture right at the end there.
Yeah, Engelbrecht, he took a... My apologies there, Skalk Engelbrecht getting a wicket there, caught it mid-off. Important wicket at that stage of the game, setting themselves up. And then Dayan Khalim bowled well the whole day. That goes through the slips, past Mitchell van Buren in the first slip there. But Engelbrecht again, very impressive yesterday. Bowling different deliveries, different speeds. And he will play a really, really important role today in this last day of the match.
Yeah, important role certainly in terms of rotating all these other seamers. We've got 4 seamers to South Africa. Dayan Khalim, Janko Smith, Andile Similani is one of those as well that are one of the seamers out there that are able to roll their arm. And then Skalk Engelbrecht will allow those seamers to be able to rotate on one end as he persists on the other. They've got 7 wickets. They picked up 5 wickets in that lunch session yesterday. I do truly believe they can pick up all 7 wickets today. But I'll tell you what, they will be fighting hard there with the Bangladeshi men. You look at those numbers there. It's Dian Khalim's Janko Smith with the wickets alongside Engelbrecht. So the more important bowlers therefore I look at will be the Dian Khalim, Janko Smith, Andy Similani and Sia Plakis, who will be so important to getting South Africa off to a really good start. They'll need early wickets here to set the tone for the rest of the day and get those 2 early wickets there of Rizwan as alongside Iftika FT. If they can do that, and then we will be expectant a victory of South Africa emerging. But if not, then it may be a pretty long day for South Africa emerging. Maybe another disappointing result for them where they would have hoped to get victory. We were moments away from the starter play, about 5 minutes away from the starter play. This is the surface we have for day number 4. A surface that has held together pretty well throughout the whole 4 days. You may expect a bit more turn today from Skalk Engelbrecht, and maybe the other spinners, that part-time spinners may come on, but the surface itself has held really well. We see our 2 umpires walking out there. Leading the way is Sadijul Islam from Bangladesh and Valdo Latakhan from South Africa. And the South African players will be coming out soon, shortly as well. Some of them already sitting there on the gazebo underneath waiting for the umpire's call to go out there. We're about 4 minutes away from the start of play, where ball number 1 will be bowled. Here's Walter Latakhan, one of the umpires who will be adjudicating today as one of the standing umpires alongside his colleague Sadijul Islam from Bangladesh.
Yeah, interesting. Both these umpires, former first-class cricketers. Islam played a few test matches for Bangladesh, and Walter Latakhan had a good career for the Southwestern District's Badgers. He was in fact the first SA Schools player from that province back in 2008. He's making his way. It's his 2nd season on the first-class panel of Cricket South Africa, and lots of hope for him to do well as an umpire going forward. And they will have to play an important game because there'll be pressure. There'll be lots of shouts and screaming today, and but I have full confidence that it will be a good day of cricket. The South Africans, as Kampa said, very important to get an early breakthrough. South Africa don't get 2-3 wickets, get to lunchtime, maybe only 4 wickets down, you know, then they will start to feel the pressure. The ball will get older. It's another 30-odd overs, I think. We'll have a look now before the new ball is due. But South Africa will be pumped and they'll be ready for it. It's important for them after the first test was drawn. And as Kamfa said, it was a disappointment to them after they were on top for most of that game. And they will come out firing this morning. It'll be interesting to see who they will be opening with. Will it be Smith? Will it be Dian Khalim? Or will it be Sia Plakis? It'll be interesting to see who gets first go this morning. Very interesting day ahead of us. And we will repeat again. 7 wickets for South Africa to get, or Bangladesh must bat the whole day. Again, I will finish off just before we start to say it will be important for them to try and rotate the strike. We said it yesterday, we said it the day before. South Africa did that better. If they rotate the strike, they get some runs on the board and they actually go ahead of South Africa and they get some runs. South Africa will have to come and bat again, and that creates a different pressure and a different dimension to this last day's cricket. But they will struggle just to block it out for 90 overs. That's a lot of balls. It's the intent again. Rizwan, on the other hand, we've seen him in the first inning. He likes getting on with it, and he can upset the apple cart this morning if he bats for an hour and a half the way he likes to play. And yeah, Kamfa, and your thoughts on the first couple of hours here?
To be very interesting. To be either Charlie Rizwan or Iftika to be able to put a partnership together. If they can't do that, then they lose one of the wickets of these 2 guys here. That will give so much momentum to South Africa and belief in what they can do and what they can produce for the rest of the day. Their job is simple. Keep South Africa out for the first hour, so squash that belief, push them over again, force them to believe that it can't happen. And look at that second inning, how he's batting the Iftika FT. Look at those numbers. He's got 38 runs in this inning so far. Beautiful first inning as it was. Probably gave away his wicket there. It was so crucial. He'll be thinking he'll want to add an extra 200 balls on top of the balls he has there. Chowdhury Rizwan, his batting partner, very aggressive in that first inning. Look at his strike rate, it's 70. Scored one massive 6 and 4 as four fours as well, and there he's got 19 runs today, ready for 52 balls. He'll be looking to add another 200 balls on that as well. So it's about occupation of crease. But before all of that, they have to deal with Janko Smith. How outstanding it was yesterday, just before lunch, to wrap up that first innings. Look at those numbers, 4 wickets. Those 4 wickets came in 4 overs from Janko Smith. He's only bowled 6 overs so far now in his new spell yesterday, or second innings rather. Only picking up the 1 wicket, very economical as usual. And what you'll know from Janko Smith, he'll attack your outside edge, he'll attack those stumps. You have to be very disciplined with bat in hand if you're Bangladesh men's emerging. Ball number 1 for day number 4. Here we go.
Immediately into the action is Smith, bowling it at the stumps, give the batsman no room to breathe. Pretty formal, normal field setting, 2 slips and a gully, a couple of people in the covers. I don't think they've got anybody out on the hook yet. We'll see some changes later, but right now, pretty much standard field. Janko Smith, that was a good loosener at the stumps, and he will be keen to add to his 5 wickets that he's got in this match so far. Rizwan just leans forward there into the ball. Janko Smith knows he's going to draw him forward, and then maybe come up with a bit of a back of a length, even a bumper. It's part of the South African team's armory. In fact, it's part of South African cricket's DNA. You know, it doesn't matter how placid the wicket is, they're going to pepper you with the odd short ball to loosen or to rattle the brains between the ears there.
But wide there from Janko Smith, but comes in pretty nicely, a late tail in. Yeah, what you'll get from him is certainly he will be at you as a batter. He'll be at you verbally, he'll be at you with the ball in hand. He's going to attack your stumps and attack your outside edge. Just requires you to be disciplined. And for Bangladesh men's emerging, they'll probably be thinking to themselves, let's get rid of this first 30 minutes. 30 minutes by 30 minutes, and we could get there. We did it before. There'll be a certain belief in that Bangladesh camp, the fact that they can do it, they can rescue this day like they did in the first 4-day game in Potchefstroom. And maybe it's a little bit different equation now for them right now. Find themselves 94 for 3, having been forced to follow on yesterday, still trailing by 132 runs. But the belief in the camp will be there that they can do it. They can nullify the South African seamers. Yes, a much stronger bowling lineup now. And Dian Khalim, Janko Smith, and Lissimilan and Sia Plaiki.
Janko Smith, he's chosen first 4 or 5 balls this morning, all mostly pitched up in that area of uncertainty, to roll out one of the oldest cliches. But that's how it's got to go. Build the pressure. Don't give them any free runs. Don't give them anything to score from. Because at some stage today, and that's my belief and in my experience, there's always a rattle. There's always a little collapse. You know, and South Africa will just have to battle it out, bide their time, and make sure they're ready for when the chance comes.
It's a good delivery to finish over number 1 for South Africa, emerging for day number 4. 36 overs done. 94 for 3. Really good start there. Well, there you are. Thanks to Sportybet for these beautiful pictures alongside Mega Live. And what will you be betting on? A South African win or Bangladesh men's emerging, rescuing this game once again? You'll have a choice. Have your say on Sportybet.
And this morning it will be Sia Plaiki to take the, I was going to say the new ball. The ball is clearly not new, and he will start proceedings from the Ekurhuleni end, is it? We'll have a look, we'll confirm that just now. But Sia Plaiki will be coming in to bowl He's bowled well in this match in patches. In fact, he's bowling from the shallow end. Sia Plaatje towards the Ekurhuleni end.
But wide and cut away by Iftikhar Efti. First boundary of the morning. An aggressive start there by Iftikhar Efti. That's what you expect from him. He had plenty of fielders in the covers there, but did not matter. Still split the gap and split those fielders apart.
Yeah, it's important. That was a ball that was there to be hit. It was wide. It was a loose outside off stump. And Ifti drew a line in the sand here and he said, well, if you're going to bowl it there, I'm going to hit it for 4. And it's important for Bangladesh, repeating myself here, to show some intent and actually score the runs that's on offer.
Again, a bit wide, but this time cut away straight to a fielder. Is not so able to pierce the gap. Maybe not as much width for Iftikhar Efti. But what you'll find from Iftikhar Efti is that if the ball is there to hit, he'll go for it. And you'll see now shortly, just out of screen, plenty of fielders in the covers that are plugged in there. Where there's plugged in for that exact cover drive. You see Andile Simelane standing right there. There's another cover in place quite deep because they know that he likes to push ones, those big booming drives, playing it on the up. It's a lot more rest now, having those fielders there in place.
That's wide of off stump there by Sia Plaatje. His radar is not set yet this morning. Still getting loose, still warming up. It's day 4. You know, fast bowling is hard and painful work, so it'll take him a while to get into his stride. But that was wide of off stump, and Ifti let that one go.
Wide again and not much carry with that delivery. Keeping a tad below. Maybe not as accurate as you'd like to be, Sia Plaatje. Just have a look at the bounce of that delivery. Just kept super low. You'd expect that on day number 4 on most surfaces. That maybe there'll be inconsistent bounce.
Plaatje's bowled 4 balls in his over. Let's hope we can get one on track here. That's close to the stump, pitching adjacent to leg stump. Pushes it out, does Ifti into the leg side. No run comes from that. Docile over here from Plaatje. We expect him to pick it up as the morning goes along.
Yeah, one thing South African emerging men can do is frustrate these two batters. You know, these two batters are very aggressive. We saw how Rizwan batted in that first innings. Iftikhar Efti has shown throughout the series that he likes to feel bat on ball. If you do drop the runs for him, he can easily chip one into those cover region. So it's so important for not allowing them to score runs because they're natural run-scoring batters. Anything wide, he will latch onto it. Iftikhar Efti just like that. And boundary number 2 on over number 2. 37 overs done, 102 for 3.
Yeah, Sia would not be happy with this first over. Another wide delivery. And if it's fast and bouncing, you might expect something there, but it runs away for 4 as well.
Here's the two teams taking on each other in this match between South African men's emerging and Bangladesh men's emerging. Two important guys right at the top there, Modrigo to take on JP King, who performed really well alongside the captain Mitch van Buren. But the guys that will be important for today for South African emerging are those ones at the bottom 4. In Dean Khalim, Skalk Engelbrecht, Janko Smith and Sia Plaatje. And alongside Andile Simelane there in the middle, who'll be so important in picking up the 7 wickets required. And as for Bangladesh men's emerging, on their side, these two batters will hold the highest importance of holding the fort for the rest of the day in Rizwan and FTK. Yanko Smith into his second over. Another good start once again, as per usual, is what you've been accustomed to throughout these last two games of this four-day series, or four-day games rather, between Bangladesh men's emerging, South Africa men's emerging, touring South Africa, coming to the end of their tour. The South Africa men's emerging, who've initially started the ODI tri-series that USA was a part of initially. That's a good line, a good length, and you'll get Rizwan to play there. If you get 6 or 5 deliveries there, you'll definitely be asking questions of Chowdhury Rizwan, because he loves playing the strokes, and you may find yourself in the game and maybe getting the outside edge.
Interesting line of attack this morning. I mean, Siaplaki was off his best, and we expect him to turn that around soon. But Yanko Smith, he looks quite measured here, as if he's got a plan. Don't leak too many runs. No real short balls. So far, as Smith comes in again, that's a good delivery outside off stump. Rizwan leaves it well, but that was a good ball outside off stump, and that's often what gets a wicket, because it's an uncertain length. Sometimes batters will feel that they can drive at that, and that's when they nick off, like happened yesterday. As we see it again, just drift in and then just hold this line ever so slightly. Not coming in as much as other balls did earlier and also yesterday. Creates some uncertainty for the batsman.
That's a really good line there, and you expect Yanko Smith to hang around there for a while. Oh, bit short there. Oh, that's a nasty short ball. You have a short leg in place there. That's plenty of trouble for Rizwan. A surprise short length delivery. I'm actually quite surprised that they don't have one in place immediately in the start of day number 4. Particularly that they want to be picking up the 7 wickets. You want to give yourselves all the chance of picking up all the wickets impossible. You look
Smith
at that.
coming in, that he bangs it in short. That's an important delivery in this match so far, because he pitched it up, and eventually he bowled the short ball to Rizwan, and Rizwan likes getting forward. That's important. That will make him think twice. These type of balls set up wickets for later as Smith comes in again to Rizwan. Then he pitches it up again. Rizwan, yeah, he reads that well. He gets forward. He's not leaning back like he did at times yesterday. But it's interesting how the game now unfolds. Smith has bowled 9 balls, and he's bowled 1 very, very good bouncer. And how they mix up their links, these fast bowlers today, I think is going to play an important role.
Yeah, certainly have to keep those two batters guessing. Can't make it awfully easy for them for run scoring. Have to make them ask questions of their techniques in terms of their front foot, as well as the back foot, just like that. You gotta put in a short leg. You really gotta. Rizwan is not comfortable at all with that short length delivery.
Yeah, good observation there. I'm really surprised, and I would be astounded if there's no short leg in for the next over, at least, especially when Rizwan is batting. There were 2 chances, and as we see again, Flyke is bowling to Ifti. He's probably going to come around the wicket now, which was probably part of the course yesterday. To the left-hander all the time, yes. As we see the field again, we have a slip, we have a gully, we have a backward point, we have a man catching in the covers, 2 on the leg side as well.
Much better start from Siaplaki. He's coming around the wicket now, targeting the stumps. I don't mind this angle from him. Allows for him to feel better control and doesn't give FTK width to play the ball across his body. The one that was coming across allowed him to free his arms, and this one will cramp him up for room. And will force FTK to play a lot straighter, and will need to be a lot more tighter with how he's playing his shots. Can't be as loose because the ball will be targeting his stumps. See, like you will need to maybe just give him that one outside off stump to tempt him to drive. That's a beautiful line. That's where you want to bowl with FTK. You may think it's wide, but with FTK, he's pretty susceptible to that delivery, chipping it up in the air. Very often you've seen he's lost his wicket twice in this 4-day matches. Already out of the 4 innings he's played, he's lost his wicket in that fashion, in that exact line. He wants to drive on the up. He's always eager to drive on the up, so you want to keep it there if you see up like you.
Comfort, you make a good point. You know, I don't mind getting driven for 4 through the covers there because that was a good delivery. And as you said, we know Ifti is going to go for it, unlike the 4s from the previous over. Good start to this over by Siap Laiki. He comes in again. Yeah, straight at the stumps. You know, on day 4, the surface starts performing differently, and that's a good line as well, at the stumps. But I fully agree, he needs to bowl him a few drive balls. He might go for a 4-2, which is fine.
Yeah, to just need to be, maybe bowl a few deliveries, stump to stump, make him block a few, get him to a negative mindset. Then when you put that one there in that area to drive, his mind will be so eager to score runs where he won't be able to hold himself but drive it. Just like that, you can see as soon as he sees a bit of width or at that 6-7 stump line, he wants to drive, he really does. So if you draw him up a few deliveries, bowl stump to stump, and then get it a bit wider. Some really good bowling from Siap Laiki coming around the wicket. If he wants to get the wicket of FTK, he has to be there on that line. That exact line there. It's about 4 stumps away from the off stump.
Yeah, good delivery by Plaiki there. Now he's attacking that similar line every ball here, on and outside, off stump, tracking it in towards the left-hander's legs there, or his pads. As we can see here, comes in with the arm, gets inside, he's onto the bat. And Ifti is also looking to score another 50 here, so he would be a little bit nervous. And that's another dimension to the game right now. You know, he needs to survive, but he also needs to get himself past 50 and get himself in again. He's faced a number of balls, but it's part of his job to do. If he bats till tea time with others, they'll have a chance to save this match. Plaiki in again. Good delivery by Siap Plaiki, a little bit shorter, and he squirts it out to gully where Engelbrecht cleans it up. That's a much better over there from Siap Plaiki. He asked questions most of the balls in that over, and he'll make Ifti think twice.
Yeah, he did really well in that over. Bit of a loose first one, but coming around the wicket, you feel a bit more control. And look at the average of Ifti in this series. Some really good numbers. 2 matches, 166 runs, an average of 83, 250s. Might as well get another 50, make it 350. Is that an outstanding series, Ifti, and maybe putting his name up for the next game there for the Bangladesh A versus South Africa A game next week. I'm sure maybe he'll put his hand up to be selected in that game. Man, averaging 83. Those are hard numbers to ignore.
Short leg in. Smith back. Let's see how long he waits before he bangs it in again. Good ball. Good line outside off stump. Rizwan probably expected the short delivery. He was a little bit hanging on to the back foot there, and Janko Smith is wise to, you know, cricket is a bit of a chess game. Yeah, good delivery. Not far from that off stump.
I'd certainly like another slip there. With the line that Janko Smith is bowling, You could easily get an outside edge into that vacant slip, second slip court in there. I want another slip in there. You just want to be able to take all your chances, and particularly needing 7 wickets on the final day. You see how much he's pushing at it as Rizwan. If he gets a heavy, healthy edge there, he could go into that gap between first slip and the gully in place. You want him to get there and have the chance to be taken once he gets in the right area. He's bowling so well. The last thing he wants is for an opportunity to go begging. One thing South Africa don't need to worry about so much is the fact that Bangladesh won't be overly eager to score heavy runs or quick runs. So opening up the gaps will make you essentially create more opportunity for yourselves, because then once you open up those gaps, Bangladesh will think, oh, we can score here. Then it gets you in the game of being able to pick up wickets because they're playing strokes. But if you are plugging down runs and then they start staying in a defensive mindset, then they start getting more comfortable. I'm not sure if that's the right approach. You want to make Bangladesh play at most deliveries and make them think that they can score runs because of the gaps being open. Then you get that loose stroke.
Smith coming in. Rizwan's wondering, when's the short ball coming? There it is. He's got the short leg in now. I'm not sure if the word excited. No, I'm not excited, but I'm very interested to see how this unfolds. As he bangs it in, a little bit offline down the leg side. Rizwan ducks under it. He still looks uncomfortable. Janko Smith gets it right again. That short leg is going to be in play. Now, you never know how it goes. It might go straight to him, or it might go over his head or just past him. But I can promise you, things are going to happen here, because Janko Smith has got 2 balls left in the over, and one of them is going to be one of those bounces, and he will be hoping it's another vicious one, because he's bowled in 2 very good ones in the previous over. As Smith runs in again, pitches it up, double bluff. Rizwan gets off strike, and South Africa would not like that, because they would have bowled to a plan here, and getting Rizwan off strike with the ball to go was not part of it. Richard Siliswani's short leg, he takes the helmet off. So they obviously believe that Ifti is more competent on the short delivery. And he has played some very, very good pull shots in this game. Impressive player. Janko Smith will also come around the wicket now.
Yeah, impressive play indeed. As FT averaging 83. He's on 46 now. Thinking of another 50 is FT. But 4 from Janko Smith to finish over number 40. 103 runs for 3.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rapid mix. Play it now on your sports day.
Siaplaki will continue. He will be bowling to Rizwan. He's a right-hander, obviously, and Siaplaki will be coming over the wicket to him. Not sure. Rizwan has not faced many balls from Siaplaki this morning. It's the first time they really rotated, with Smith mostly bowling to Rizwan and Plaki mostly bowling to Ifti. So Siaplaki might prefer also bowling to Rizwan. Let's see how Rizwan takes him on. Short leg is in again. Siaplaki, he bowls a heavy bouncer as well. So let's see how this unfolds. Plaki running in again. Tracks in, a little bit of an in-swinger there to Rizwan. Plaki again also starts with a fuller delivery.
Yeah, his first ball he can bowl to Chowdhury Rizwan. I was actually enjoying him bowling to Ifti. In that previous over, I feel like he was working him over with something. But obviously, Siap Laiki is as good to right-handers as well. But I just felt that he was working on something, especially after his first over to FTKFT. Didn't start so well, but came back nice in that second, cramping him up for room. Charlie Rizwan looked so patient in the second innings. Kept away to the leg side, into a gap, maybe thinking two. They'll take one and end up getting two. Good running between the wickets.
Yeah, I see a Blakey there. Drifting into the pads. Easy pickings for Rizwan. You see, drifts on. He's probably lucky not to be hit for four there. Half volley on leg stump. Rizwan just rolls his wrist over it. Hits it out into the deep leg side area for 2 runs. That's a shorter delivery from Blakey, but it's not short enough. Nothing wrong with the line. Length probably not 100%, but it's another dot ball. And I'll be interested to see how Siap Blakey approaches this ball into Rizwan. I mean, he'd feel that he needs to bang it in as well at some stage. Probably still setting him up. Richard Silaswani sitting there, always full of smiles, friendly young man. Went to St. Stithians here in Johannesburg. And Blakey running in again to Rizwan. That's well fielded there by Richard Silaswani at short leg. Blakey just drifting it in towards the pad again. But I'm sure he's working towards something. There's 2 balls left in his over. And again, Blakey will see again. He pitches probably just outside off stump with significant movement into the pads.
Yeah, you need to use that short delivery as a surprise element. Maybe not even this over. Just get into Rizwan into false sense of security. Outside edge! And goes to the gap. That is a gap that I was speaking about that had to be plugged in. Goes right through that gap and goes away for 4. Charger Rizwan couldn't hold back and went for the big booming cut. And a healthy edge. You gotta put in more fielders in that slip cordon, especially if you want to pick up your 7 wickets today. You cannot leave gaps there. I understand that you want to plug other areas, but man, that gap is massive there. You want to have a fielder there. That would have been wicket number 1 easily.
Comfort, you can say it. I told you so. Now you called it a couple of overs again, and that was a healthy edge. That was not a, he didn't play it there. That was an healthy edge. And Siap Blakey, well, he's the bowler. He can ask for an extra slip. And as I say that, we have another fielder into the cover area. And I hope that's not a case of the horses bolted. But that's fine. So we have, is that a gully? Or 2/3 slips? Yeah, it's probably a Blakey in again. Rizwan is not comfortable on the back foot. And so Janku Smith would like to get him on strike again. And they'll have to manage that, who they want on strike, and try and manipulate that. Yeah, it's disappointing. The ball went through the slips there in the last over from Blakey. I suppose the thinking is that the wicket is a bit slower and they're going to be driving, and they're going to be driving uppishly. Now you got to keep a look at the 117 runs ahead as well, so you can't just give runs away. However, I think it's more important to try and strike early this morning. You know, if you can leak a few runs and maybe plug the holes later. But South Africa, for their own momentum, their own happiness, I suppose, they need to get wickets early this morning. Otherwise, it could be a long, long day. There's still another 39 overs before the next new ball. Janko Smith runs in around the wicket to Ifti, bowls it full, and he comfortably just plays it out to the offside.
Yeah, Rizwan has got to do better there. And not wanting to go for those shots. There's a gap being plugged in again. They moved under Similani from backward point into that gully. Full again, and good fielding by Richard Siletswane in the covers.
Janko Smith coming in again, round the wicket to Ifti. Bowls it in that area, which Kamfa has been asking for, because Ifti likes driving. It's his go-to shot, and it's also the shot that he should probably play less of sometimes. So it's a smart line from Smith there. Smith's holding his back. I hope he didn't do himself a dirty.
Janko Smith just has a tendency in this innings in the fourth day to kind of, sort of his body just kind of breaks down. I'm not too sure if that's a thing of his experience, but in the previous game, so crucial, he broke down. Oh, there's the drive. There's that length. Again, Janko Smith into his face and reminding him. You got most of the runs off the outside edge in your first innings. He loves that big booming drive. You see the exact line, that wide line. He's got to get rid of that in his career if he wants to go forward with his numbers. He's batted so well in the series, and that's the one blemish he's really had, wanting to play big booming drives and barely any wicket-taking deliveries that have been bowled to him. And with the good deliveries, he's put away. He's really been able to get away, block them, and play well. Then as soon as it's wider, he wants to go for it.
That's good bowling from Janko Smith. Bowls in that area that Kamfa's been speaking about. Good length, and Ifti's got to be at his best. Now, some interesting interplay here between Smith and umpire Islam. After the previous delivery, Smith walked up to Ifti after he played that booming drive and missed, and he said something to him. So I'm not sure if the umpire could hear what he was saying, and he obviously spoke to him about it. Umpire's job is to make sure there's decorum and is not over the top shouting.
Oh, good line and good length to finish the over from Janko Smith. As good as ever. 42 overs done. 109 runs on board for 3. Trailing by 117 runs. The Bangladesh men's emerging.
Yeah, interesting. That I'm going to go back to what happened here 2-3 balls ago with the little interplay between the umpire and Janko Smith, and I think it's continuing there with Daniel Smith as well. And I'm sure the South Africans are saying there was nothing untoward there, unless the umpire heard something. Here we go. Let's have a look at it again. You see Smith here walks down the wicket, having a chat. Turns around. Umpire has a word. Smith is not impressed. He feels he's allowed to do that. Umpire feels he needs to control the game. See Plaatjie back into the attack. Running past umpire Latergan there. Wonder what he's thinking about all of this.
I honestly don't mind that. I really don't. And as I mentioned yesterday quite a few times, that there's nothing wrong with having a chirp with a batter, trying to get him off his game. As long as you don't cross that line, as I've mentioned already, is that as long as you don't say anything personal. But for me, to get in the batter's way, that's part of the game. That's how you show, you know, your fastness as a bowler, that you're in the game, especially as a fast bowler. Oh, that's a good short delivery there from Rizwan. This time around, he's getting underneath them rather than playing them, is Rizwan.
Spot on comfort. There's a line, and when the line gets crossed, the umpires step in. But it's important the umpires also get taught and they get trained is to see they got to see trouble when it comes and try and stop before it boils over. But looking at that ball and exactly what happened there, that's part of the game. Batsman is allowed to have a word with the umpire as long as he doesn't abuse him or make a racial comment or whatever else. So it's interesting to see how the day unfolds as frustration starts to get close to boiling point. So the code of conduct talks about what you can do and what you can't do and when you overstep that line. And it is interesting, Smith, his demeanor after the umpire spoke to him, he was a little bit perplexed. There he stands there. Hopefully for South Africa that will rile him up and he'll charge in even harder.
Yeah, well, hopefully you see that so it doesn't lose their fire and the passion they have out there because of that. I see Plaatjie pulls out. Not too sure why. Maybe just didn't
feel right, I suppose.
Yeah.
See Plaatjie storming in from the shallow end towards the Ekurhuleni end. Good delivery by Plaatjie. Durst outside off stump. You see there, Rizwan, he's hanging on the back foot there. Brought on, I suppose, by the bumper a couple of balls ago.
Yeah, pretty good start there from Plaatjie. Good over again to Rizwan.
Plaatjie coming in again to Rizwan. Bowls it short him again. This time Rizwan plays it comfortably off the back foot, top of the bounce. Plaatjie's got one more ball left in this over. Rizwan is having a chat to Richard Silitswane. Daniel Smith is getting involved. Do you think they're discussing what they're going to have for supper tonight? Or where they're going to have a...
Few words being shared there by Daniel Smith.
Over finishes. Interesting. South Africa hasn't got a wicket. We've had 40 minutes of play this morning, no wicket. They will get frustrated. Daniel Smith is walking past the batters there. He's had a word to Rizwan a couple of balls ago. South Africa 497 for 8 declared. Bangladesh 271, 109 for 3 in the follow-on innings. Bangladesh emerging still trailed by 117 runs. which is important. The closer you get to the score, which means South Africa or the South African emerging side might want to bat again or will have to bat again, and that changes the dynamic. And the longer it goes without a wicket, South Africa will get irritated, they'll get frustrated. Janko Smith, he will be bowling to Ifti again. He will be looking to provide the breakthrough that's now desperately needed by South Africa.
Good start again by Janko Smith to Ifti. Attacking those lines once again.
Janko Smith continuing the attack here. Rizwan has fought hard this morning. He's been roughed up a bit by the odd bouncer, but he's still there. But at the moment, it's Ifti taking strike. Drives up the ground, well fielded there by one of the fielders there at mid-off. And I'm not sure how long, Kamfa, but he's been on 46 for a long time. He's been on 46 for 5 or 6 overs now. So the pressure is building, and cricket works like this. If you don't score runs, Janko Smith here is holding his back. It'll be a massive setback if he can't continue, and if that's serious. Good shot by Ifti. Fielded there by Dayan Khalim, I think it is. Well fielded. Not many fast bowlers go down for balls like that. Athletic young man. Smith in again. Ifti drives again.
That's good pressure being applied here on Ifti. Very often when you drive the runs against Ifti, you can very often get his wicket. You can have that release stroke. And if you have the right fielders in place, you can certainly get his wicket. He's been stuck, as you've mentioned, on 46 for some time now. A couple of overs, and you would have had a few overs to think about that. 50. He scored a 49. He scored a 70. It's alongside this 46 here. Good short delivery by Janko Smith. Nothing yet for South African men's emerging. Not the initial start they would have wanted. They would have probably wanted some 2 early wickets to get them going. It's still a long way to go to getting all the wickets of Bangladesh men's emerging. So I need some couple of early wickets here before lunch. With the ideal situation, want to find themselves at maybe 109 for 5 by lunch at least. Then give yourself 5 wickets in that middle period, and then that last session, maybe to your last burst. That's good bowling and good stroke from FTK just to get the single. They've opened up the covers region there to allow for those runs to be scored. Maybe it's a plan for him to allow him to drive the ball, trying to entice him to go for the ball into the covers and play that big booming drive and then potentially get that outside edge.
I have a feeling this is an important ball coming up. Smith hasn't bowled Rizwan for a while. There's been a bit of hard banter between the two sides, if I can call it that. And I have a feeling he's going to come in and bounce him hard on this ball. Always, it's interesting. Big ball in the game. Things are heating up here. Rizwan not happy because he feels somebody was talking. Richard Siliswani maybe, or from behind the stumps. Daniel Smith, he's not scared of getting involved and saying a word or two. All adds to the drama. All adds to the excitement here. Janko Smith is going to come charging in here. That's the bouncer. Rizwan expected it. Ducks under it comfortably. Janko Smith is on the line here. He's on the edge.
Just trying to pick up the conversation there taking place in the middle. It's getting seriously heated out there. It's in charge of Rizwan and Janko Smith. Can't pick up much off the stump mark at the moment, but you could hear initially from Janko Smith asking Rizwan to repeat what you were saying. Well, that's the end of over number 44, 110 for 3. Bangladesh men's emerging still trailing by a further 116 runs. South Africa men's emerging still needing 7 wickets for victory. Haven't picked up their first of the morning. Still in the hunt of the opening wicket of day number 4. Can it be Bangladesh men's emerging still to defend their way through the rest of the day and fight to the draw again as things continue to tense up here?
Rizwan obviously said something to him that he didn't like, and then Janko Smith reacts. Then let's see the captain of South Africa, Mitchell van Buren, having a word as well. And Siaplaiki continues from the shallow end. That's a good shot there by Ifti Iklu, outfield by Richard Salitswani with his green hat that nobody else has on. So we know it's Richard every time when it goes to the man with a green hat, and he's runs in again. Ifti plays a very, very good on drive, very well fielded by Salitswani. Siaplaki comes from very, very wide around the wicket to Ifti. Now Rizwan is on strike again. He's the man in the firing line after the drama in the last over from Smith. Plaki will come over the wicket. Salitswani's got his green head off. He's got the helmet on. And here we go again.
South African men's emerging been pretty quiet this morning. I'm not sure if they got a warning from the umpires before the start of play about maybe the amount of words being shared yesterday. They were quite loud yesterday into the batters' faces of the Bangladesh men's emerging. Just not too sure if they maybe got a warning. They came very quietly today. Usually very loud at the beginning of the day, the start of the morning, or in particular after sessions. And though they fell slightly on top coming to day number 4, and for them not to be as loud, and only now since that last over from Janko Smith and Rizwan. Short again. Could have been a bit of indecision there. Could have been a big giveaway of a wicket there for FTK. Good start from Janko Smith. Rather, Siaplaikis, said Janko Smith there as the bowler. Good start from Siaplaikis, who's been bowling well this morning since that first over. Not the most accurate, but he's come back really well. Siaplaiki. Short again. They take a quick single this time. Chops and runs into the gap.
If there's now made it to 48 after being stuck on 46 for probably half an hour or so. And he's in strike. Blakey will come around the wicket again. Trying to create a false shot. Maybe get him to drive again. Bowls it onto leg stump. Ifti just knocks it onto the leg side. Takes him to 49. One off a hard-fought 50 here. South Africa will try and dry the runs up more and try and stop that. And there's one ball left in the over. Always interested to see when the score, my apologies, let's start again. Always interested to see what happens when the batters rotate the strike on the last ball of the over. The bowlers feel, I've got one chance. They want to have a go at Rizwan. He's the one that looks more vulnerable out of the two. And now it's up to Blakey to not waste this ball, to bowl, get it into an area that's uncomfortable for him. Blakey runs in, tries and bowls a bouncer, knocks it past Rizwan at short leg, out to the onside. Another run, a cruise. Rizwan moves to 28 of 86, Ifti 49 of 127. And Bangladesh 114 for 3. Dayan Khalim coming in the place of Janku Smith. Smith looked a little bit uncomfortable there. Let's hope he's okay. South Africa's going to need him today if they want to get another 7 wickets. Dayan Khalim, Titans player, one of their many fast bowlers. Second innings, he's bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17. He's gone for under 2 and over. Also picked up 1 wicket in the first innings. Dayan Khalim as he comes running in from the Ekurhuleni end to Rizwan. That's a beautiful delivery. First up, don't know what Rizwan was doing, tried to flick it through the offside, but Khalim just floated it up out there, outside off stump, and he induced a false stroke.
Yeah, good delivery to start off there from Dayan Khalim. He's been persistent with the line throughout, has been Dayan Khalim. Got Rizwan to play a loose stroke there. Could have easily got that to the outside edge into the slip cordon. Needs to add more slip fielders there once again. No one to let another opportunity go begging. Get another fielder inside there. Plug those gaps. But Fuller, oh, could have been an outstanding catch. At short leg. Went past Richard Sulitwana pretty quickly. That was so close. What a catch that would have been. Wow, wow, wow. That went to Richard Sulitwana so quickly.
Yeah, those either stick or don't. But a good effort from Sulitwana nevertheless. Dayan Khalim, he looks on top of his game. First up here. Could be important for him, or he could be the one who's going to get the breakthrough here as he comes running in again from the Ekurhuleni end. Lets it go. Rizwan is up to it. Forward defense, covers his stumps.
Yeah, it's just that good as Dayan Khalim. I think at times maybe a bit too good for the Bangladesh batters. He's beaten the outside edge so many times, but hasn't really got many wickets here in this game. Got 1 in the first innings, 1 now. And he's bowled so well. And he's been in really good form in terms of the ball in hand. Maybe the surface not allowing or really assisting him as best as you'd like. But the areas he's bowled that has been really good. Oh, that exact area there. So persistent with it. So consistent in the line. Dayan Khalim.
Dayan Khalim also has the ability to bowl several balls. He's more than that, just a line and length bowler. He has skill. He bowls a slippery bouncer as well when he wants to. And the question is, will he wait? Type of person he is, he'll probably wait an over. He's a patient bowler. But he started very well this over. 4 good deliveries.
Yeah, it seems like they want to close that gap there in the slip cordon now. I like the look of that. Maybe even Moderator Tech can even come closer there to Mitch van Buren. Close that gap, but more. Chargers Rizwan to get the outside edge of Janke Smith in that first innings. So he is susceptible to that ball there outside the off stump, around that 6-7 stump line. He does tend to push at one. So you want to be consistently hitting that line and length, that area there. Give yourself a chance to pick up wickets. Just that gap there. You want to really just close it up. That's a good defensive stroke there from Charles Rizwan. Gets onto the front foot. And that's the end of the over. It is 46 overs done, 114 for 3.
Good start to Diane.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
And we have the bowling change. Skalk Engelbrecht is going to come into the attack. It'll be interesting to see. He's been very quiet this morning, Skalk. He's often very vocal in the field, very aggressive for a spinner. And I'm wondering if he might have got himself in trouble and he might have had a word from the match referee, Mr. Gerry Pinaar, about a few things that happened yesterday. You never know. He might be on a warning. And it's just guesswork. But I like it when Engelbrecht is aggressive. That's part of his DNA and part of his makeup. Starts his first over of the morning. And Nifty knocks it into the offside. And that's his 50. And it's overthrows as well. That is not good from the South African side. If they gets 5 runs there, single with the overthrows, it goes for 4. Engelbrecht is not impressed. But with that, Ifti goes to 54. Hard-working, very important innings in the context of this match and them trying to save the match.
Yeah, he's been so crucial in this batting lineup for Bangladesh men's emerging has Ifti. That's his second 50 of the series, also alongside another 49. He's batted so well throughout.
Engelbrecht bowls that flat delivery of his. Usually follows it up with something slower. I believe he's got to bowl the delivery outside off stump to Rizwan. Get him to drive at it.
Yeah, look at those numbers there. His third 50 of the series. That's how crucial he's been. 174 runs, 87 is the average with 3 50s and best of 70. Oh, looking to hit it up in the air. That could be the first wicket of the morning. And Tian Khalim gets his wicket. Charger Rizwan gives his wicket away. Not needed at all. There's a bit of indecision there between Tian Khalim and Skalk Engelbrecht. What was Charger Rizwan thinking for skying that one up in the air? That's the first wicket.
That's an important wicket. South Africa needed that. Engelbrecht wasn't sure. Dayan Khalim, those catches are never never easy. He kept his composure, that Khalim kept his cool, and South Africa has made the breakthrough. And Rizwan, I don't think his teammates will be too impressed because this came from nowhere. He has a go, hits it straight up into the air towards the mid-on area. Khalim comes running in, dives forward, rolls over, and Engelbrecht is awake. Big celebrations.
Yeah, soft dismissal there from Charlie Rizwan. It was coming. Not many runs have come for him this morning. And he's given his wicket away. He's brought Biblop to the crease. 119 for 4. Now the score still trailing by 107 runs. Looks like it is drinks taken and 46 overs. And we'll take also a short little drinks break here. And we'll continue to finish the over shortly.
South Africa, while we're taking drinks here, on trying, just got a wicket after some frustrations in the first hour or so this morning. But on the stroke of drinks, Engelbrecht gets his second wicket, and he's now on 2 for 26 in 9.4 overs. Yeah, as I said, Rizwan, he might not be all too popular with his teammates. He fought so hard. He was under the pump this morning. He took a few nasty bounces and body blows from Janko Smith, and then I'd say just gave it away there. Just started, you know, there was some banter and some interplay between the fielders and the batters here, and he just had a full go at it. Hit it straight up in the air. And Dayan Khalim took a very good catch in the end. South Africa will take a lot of heart from that dismissal. You know, they would look to worst case scenario to have at least 2 wickets by lunch, and they've now got one. And hopefully they'll get another one for South Africa. Ifti now is the key, I suppose. South Africa will tell themselves 1 wicket often brings 2. And they'll push hard for that. Engelbrecht has still got to finish his over, and then Khalim will hopefully get a go, or he will think to get a go at, as we see in the morning, that's Janko Smith bowling. That's an incident that sparked a few things. He has a word to Ifti. Umpire walks down the wicket, has a word, and we will see on this replay that Smith, he's not happy. And then Rizwan walks away, moaning that Salitswani or somebody else was talking. Then he bowls a big bouncer. And something is said here that upsets Smith. And that sparks an incident where a number of players got involved. Smith is very vocal. Umpires gets involved, separates the players. Tempers flaring. Funny enough, a day and a half ago I was saying how the players were getting on well and there was good interplay. And right now it continues. Biblop is the new batsman. He's got 750s in first class cricket, highs of 82.
Leg stand. Center stand. That's on over, 2 to cut.
Engelbrecht's got 2 balls left in his over to complete his first over of the morning. Good start for him. Very attacking field to Biblop. Silly point, short leg slip in. Leans back. And he's off the mark straight away with a single.
Can happen quickly out here, lads.
50 now faces up to the last ball of the over by Skalk Engelbrecht. Drifts down the leg side. Another single to Ifti. In fact, umpire Latergan signals a leg by. So it's 1 run to the score, but not 1 run to the batter. Sia Plaik is left the field, being replaced by Pia Nyanda. Simpiwe Anyanda, my apologies. Former SA19 player as well. He is schooled in Makanda at Graham College. Renowned sports school in the Eastern Cape. They're very proud of him, and he also has a bright career ahead of him, we hope. Khalim to continue. Dayan Khalim. Biplop got off the mark. Interesting banter when he came out to bat. Smith immediately asked him, Daniel Smith immediately asked him why didn't he bat yesterday? Yeah, little mind game still being played here. And that's all part and parcel of a cricket. I like that. As long as you show respect and you don't cross that line that we speak about. But Dayan Khalim is going to continue. It's his 11 over, his 3rd over of the morning. He's looked bright and breezy, charging in again to Ifti. And Ifti plays that trademark drive of his beautiful, beautiful shot. It just looks so much better when a left-hander does it. It's probably, our eyes get tricked by that, but it's a good shot. I have to say it probably was a long half volley. Yeah, but Ifti likes that.
Yeah, really good shot there by Ifti. Just leaning onto it and allowing his hands just to get right through that ball from Dayan Khalim. Again, the exact line where they want to be to FTK. Keep on challenging that outside edge, enticing him to drive. $125 for 4. 6 wickets away, South Africa. But the big wicket will be that man on screen right there, averaging almost 85 in the series. He'll be the big wicket. If you can get his alongside Biblop, who was very strong in saving the previous game alongside Ankon, that will be very massive. The reason why it's massive is because this man, he plays cricket in this fashion, defends really well, has his strokes play in his armor, often finds boundaries as he pleases. Just doesn't average 89 just for nothing. He's so good. Is Ifti. That's how he got to his 50. Just knocked one into a small little gap. It was an overthrow. But he's just been so good in the series, and these will be the 2 big wickets. If you can get Biblop and FT out, which will find you at 6 wickets down into the lower order batters, I think even if you get these 2, you probably almost guaranteed victory. And I say that because these 2 batters have been the ones that have been able to bat out there in these conditions, face the African bowlers. And the previous game was well of this one.
Halim bowls it quite full there. Ifti is comfortable just to play it off the back foot. Yeah, that's his method, and it looks very good. But it could be quite dangerous here on day 4, because we've seen balls even since day 2 that kept a little bit low. I mean, he would feel comfortable playing it like that, but that was a full delivery. Dayan Halim is a thinking man's bowler. He will have plans all the time. As we see, square leg goes out in a catching position. But if he can pull, we've seen that. Bowls it short, he rocks back. That was well short again. And that's the end of the over of Halim's 11th over. South Africa still in search of 6 wickets. Bangladesh will fight to the end to see if they can save this match.
Yeah, so
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty's skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
One of pushing at it.
48 overs gone, 125 for 4. Coming down the wicket again is Biblop. Rizwan, he was trying to go over the top with the slog sweep, and got caught out mid-on. Biblop is coming down the wicket. Interesting decision. He's also very aggressive as Biblop. Not too sure if that is what is needed from him right now. Not at all. Oh, just about turns in onto his stumps. That could have easily been wicket number 5 and wicket number 3 for Skalk Engelbrecht. What a convincing stroke, but he gets it nevertheless. Oh, probably got some bat on that there, does Biblop. Looks pretty close onto the stumps in terms of chopping him in front. If not, maybe a bit of bounce on it.
Engelbrecht, oh, he throws it up.
Good carry.
Good cricket all round, well bowled, well batted, well, and also well fielded by Engelbrecht in the end. 2 balls to go, as signaled there by umpire Latergan. Biblop is showing some intent here. It's interesting. He's not keen to let Engelbrecht settle as Engelbrecht runs in again. Floats up a little bit.
Left-hander.
End of the over. Engelbrecht 2 for 31. Bangladesh 129 for 4.
Yeah, there's a slight window of opportunity for South African men's emerging to be able to pick up another wicket. Biblop will be coming at you aggressively, and you're given opportunity. But can also easily turn the game around. We saw him alongside Ankon on the final day, on day number 4. Such a gutsy performance alongside Ankon. But my concern with these 2 batters is that they do have a tendency of playing their strokes, and they're the most important 2 batters right here for the Bangladesh men's emerging in terms of rescuing this game. FTK and Animal Biblop will need to play within themselves, but still, obviously, when there's boundaries shots or boundary balls available, you hit them away for boundaries. But maybe take out those shots that are giving your wickets away, or those loose strokes, and if you have a tempter, maybe just let it go by.
Fine shot by Ifti out into the offside. So that's one he cleans up. 1 run to the score. Left-handed, looks so elegant. Goes across him, just follows the ball under his eyes and just steers it away into the offside.
Yeah, I don't mind that shot. It's tight to his body. He can allow himself to just control it down to deep backward point.
It's a percentage shot, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's those wider ones. Both of them are so eager going on those balls. And that's maybe something the plan South Africa can come pull together to picking up both of these two batters' wickets. Ball tight. Those deliveries tight on the line of the stumps. And then that one that is a bit wider. Biblop is also susceptible to that ball hitting the pads. He does find it a bit difficult sometimes to negotiate that ball coming towards his pad that's cutting back in. And if he can manage to just negotiate that one that comes back in, and then he can then focus on leaving the ones outside the off stump really well. He can do a really good job of there. But he's just got so many good seamers to deal with that will be attacking his stumps. Siaplaki, Andile Similani, Yanka Smith, Dian Khalim will be always probing at him. Outside edge! Oh, dropped! That was a delivery I speak of. Outside the off stump, Biblop will go for. And he puts it down, does Mitch van Buren. Maybe Daniel Smith could have gone for it. Went with one hand, did Mitch van Buren. An opportunity goes down, and it goes absolutely silent out there.
That's a big moment in the game. We'll see Khalim bowls, holds the line. No, that Smith, I think, Smith, that was your catch. He took a blinder yesterday in a similar position. Van Buren is on 1.5. He's not at first slip. He had to go for that. Misjudgment there, I believe, from Daniel Smith. Big moment in the game. Khalim will keep going. Pitch it up again. Very well bowled again, straight at the stumps. Good follow-up delivery.
I spoke about Biblop being able to negotiate that ball outside the off stump, being able to leave really well, knowing where your off stump is. And the last thing you want as South African merger, when you create that opportunity not to take it in such a crucial time. Daniel Smith, he had to go for it there, Neil. It was so close. I understand the one from yesterday, it was a bit wider. That one, he had to go. He had so much time. And that's an opportunity, man, that may not come again for him. It may not come again. Biblop, yes, plays his shots, but he'll know now. He has that opportunity once again. Yeah. Outside edge, healthy outside edge. Daniel Smith had to go. It was wide to the left of Mitch van Buren. The man with the gloves had to take responsibility there.
Yeah, it was a wonderful delivery. To give Dayan Khalim some credit there. This held its line and he defended at it. I didn't think he had to play it as Khalim bowls again. Bowls a little bit wider, nothing wrong with that. As Kamva said, he likes having a go outside off stump, so you got to throw it out there, you know, a bit of a sucker ball sometimes. Yeah, South Africa will be very, very disappointed with that. Because I have a feeling, and I think we need to say this, you're only going to get so many opportunities today. And there might be enough opportunities to get the 10 wickets, but you have to take all the opportunities. You might not get 11 opportunities, if that makes any sense. And that was an opportunity that's been left in the bag. And however, Engelbrecht is going to come back on. South Africa need to move on. There's lots and lots of cricket left to be played today before any decisions on calling it a day are decided. But they will strive hard to get at least another wicket in the next 40 minutes before the lunch break, with Engelbrecht coming around the wicket to Ifti again.
Yeah, Daniel Smith, You'd expect for him to go across. He's a tall keeper, taller than most keepers, and you'd expect for him to back himself to go for those ones. I think sometimes he leaves too much responsibility to the first slip. And as a clubman, it should be a bit easier for you to go for those catches. And now, Biblop will know you'll breathe a sigh of relief and you would have had a chance to live and fight again. And in games like these, you want to take your opportunity, you really do. What's nice about it is that these two players will continue playing their strokes. You'll see FTK at some point come down the wicket. Maybe he's made adjustments to his game, as FTK maybe he's taken that shot away. He was bowled out or stumped by Thando Zuma in the previous game, coming down to Skalk Engelbrecht in the previous game. And you wouldn't want to do that again, so you'll probably have a more responsible innings. Biblop, you saw you could play a responsible innings, batted throughout majority of day number 4 on the first 4-day game alongside Ankon and save the game.
It's beautifully bowled there by Engelbrecht. You know, he has a tendency to, you know, bowl the hard ball into the wicket and then he just floats it up a little bit more like there. And that's what creates the uncertainty. Engelbrecht bowls again, draws Ifti forward. And another maiden to Engelbrecht. He's now bowled 12 overs for 31 with 2 wickets thrown as well. He's getting into his work. And Dayan Khalim, after the disappointment the previous over. It's interesting. We know Smith is a left-handed batter. Is he a left-handed? Is he left-handed? Does he bowl left-handed? Does he throw? Does he throw left-handed as well? Which means his right-hand side is his weaker side. I'm now guessing. But when we say that, that's the catch he took yesterday to his right was an absolute blinder. I mean, that's one for the archives and people, you know what I'm saying. So who knows, maybe that's his weaker side. As we look at the day by day, today we've had 16 overs, 38 runs, scored 1 wicket at 2.38. Yesterday, 85 overs, 221 runs, and the most runs were scored on day 2, 334 in 83 overs at 4 runs and over. So the run rate is slowly but surely getting lower and lower, but that's to be expected as Bangladesh are batting down the hatches and they try not to lose wickets and save the match, because they're certainly not winning it from here. As Dayan Khalim continues again, charging in to Biblop. Biblop drives and he drives well, but he drives straight to mid-off, where Janko Smith fields. Good to see him on the field. He looked a bit gingerly when he walked back to his mark after his last over.
Yeah, Dan Khalim can't be disheartened by that catch was put down in the previous over. You have to come back and hit his mark again, get that outside edge of Biblop. Biblop will play his shots. That's one thing you'll guarantee you. But picking up his wicket is up to you if you take the opportunity. Just have to be persistent on that outside off line. Oh, short delivery there. Surprised. Biblop. I like that you keep the batter guessing. Biblop can't get comfortable out there, thinking that everything's going to be coming forward, attacking those stumps. He must know something might come upstairs, just like that. So accurate from Dayan Khalim. And now it's about that follow-up delivery. Can he get him forward again? Because now his mind will be in 2 minds. Is the short one coming again? Is it the fuller one coming to my outside edge? He's got 2 deliveries to think about. That may trouble him. And Dayan Khalim is bowling so well here in this bowl. But wider in that occasion, trying to entice Biblop to go for that wider stroke, and Biblop allows it to just go through, which is good batting. It's going to be interesting to see. But we spoke about Daniel Smith allowing those balls to go through. Not too sure maybe if his right leg is getting stuck as he looks to go, or it's just maybe doubt that's in his mind, or it's a starting point. But he's very wide. You can see that ball was not even splitting them. It was an option for him to go for it. It was very wide to the left. Oh, full and smeared away past backward point. And to go away for boundary. Good strike from Biblop. Just there to drive and he obliged.
I believe Dayan Khalim should plug away there. He hit that well enough, but I don't think it was 100% on top of it. He got a thick outside edge, if you ask me. It was a good shot. I'll take that back. He definitely opened the face of the bat. Hit it towards the third man boundary for a 4. But I still believe that's where South Africa must keep going. Bowl him some drive balls, and hopefully this time it will go to hand in the slips. Well bowled again from Dayan Khalim. He's on top of his game this morning. I'm getting a sense here, if you look at the state of the game and where we are, and you look at Khalim's energy and the way he's coming, running in, and his skill levels, and how Bangladesh and how Biblop is trying to play, something can happen here. You know, South Africa's just got to be patient. You know, as I've always said, 106 for 4. Bangladesh looks quite solid in their quest to save the game. But you put 2 wickets to that. And right now, we're in a state of the game where it's very possible. And once again, he finds the outside edge with a good delivery. Biblop, interesting. If you look at his technique, as we see the end of the over, he defends outside off stump. If we have a look now, when we have a look here, you see Biblop, that is outside off stump. He defends it. He could have left that alone, but it's a good delivery from Khalim. He creates uncertainty in the batsman's mind, and he's got a role to play here, as does Engelbrecht, who's about to start his 13th over of the morning. Going to bowl to Ifti on 59 of 142 balls. Bowled again by Engelbrecht. As I've got to repeat myself, Engelbrecht is a different kind of off-spinner. Different to, say, a Simon Harmer, for example. He bowls it a little bit quicker. And then he has the variations like that one. That's a little bit slower, a little bit fuller. And that's his strength. Skalk Engelbrecht, highly rated Titans player. He bowls up again, a little bit fuller again. He's now bowled 2 balls that's a little bit faster, and don't be surprised if the next one pulls back the length again. And he bowls it a little bit fast. And what I like about him is he hardly ever bowls the same ball. That's similar to the previous ball, but it's well bowled. On and around off stump. He's probably licking his lips, trying to maybe also at some stage bowl it outside, bowl it a little bit wider into that rough area, which is developing. Ball bowled again, a little bit faster, straight at the stumps. It's a probing over again to Ifti, and Ifti is up to it so far. Engelbrecht, that one goes a little bit closer to leg stump. Another maiden, 13th over, it's a maiden. Engelbrecht just keeps on plugging away. And South Africa will be desperately looking for another wicket before lunch, which is in about 30 minutes or so. The game just got closer. Cricket South Africa is releasing the new SA mobile app. Try it out. You'll find lots of interesting stuff there. news about cricket, news about tickets and more. Diane Khalim charging in again from the Ekurhuleni end. And that's a little bit towards the leg side, but Biplop comes forward. He will recognize, Biplop, that he's the batsman or the batter, that this is an important moment in the game. Khalim is bowling well, Engelbrecht is bowling well. Bangladesh will realize they get through to lunch without any further losses. They will get their noses ahead in their quest to draw this game. South Africa, on the other hand, they are into their game at the moment. As Khalim comes in, he's searching for a wicket. Well bowled and well played. Dropped a catch in the previous over of Dayan Khalim. But you need to put that behind you. It's in the past. And you got to strive towards the next one as Khalim comes running in again. Biplop, as is his one, he plays with hard hands outside off stump, which South Africa will like. Once again, that was an aggressive forward defense to a ball that could have been left alone, and that South Africa will feel they have a chance here. As you can see, it is outside off stump. He plays the check drive, which is something between a drive and a defensive shot. And that's a high-risk shot to play in the context of this particular game. He's bowled wider. This time Biplop leaves it alone. Probably too wide. But once again, it's all part of the chess game. He knows Biplop likes driving. He knows he hasn't scored a run for a while. He knows he likes scoring runs quickly. Khalim running in 2 gullies and a first slip. That was the full toss. There's a shy at the stumps. Fielded by Smith at the back. And 1 ball to come in this over. That's probably the worst ball Khalim has bowled. You see, he loses it down the leg side. My apologies. That was 2 balls ago. Throws it at the wicket. Full toss bowled. Khalim will get it right next one. Khalim coming round the wicket to Biplop. 136 for 4. 54 overs bowled. SportyBet. Wonderful production brought to you by SportyBet. Play SportyBet and take a chance. Engelbrecht continuing from the shallow end. see the iconic ground of Willowmoore Park in Benoni. One of the older cricket, first-class cricket venues in South Africa. Engelbrecht bowling to Ifti again, coming around the wicket. It's it upish into the offside, no harm done. Well fielded there. Engelbrecht very marginally at the moment. He's only gone for 31 so far. He's halfway through his 14th over. And that 31 that he went for included an overthrows of 5 right at the beginning of his spell today. And Ifti's being a big obstacle here. That's short. And he's given him out, caught behind. Schalk Engelbrecht gets the breakthrough. 20 minutes before lunch. Bowled it short outside off stump, had a cut at it. And South Africa gets a massive, massive wicket. The wicket of Ifti. And Ifti walks off, shaking his head. Is he unhappy about the decision? Is he unhappy about how he played that shot? Engelbrecht drags it down, short outside off stump. There's a cut. Big appeal. Umpire Latergang gives it out. And Bangladesh has lost the 5th wicket, 2nd of the morning session. And Schalk Engelbrecht, as we said earlier, played a big role in this effort. And MD Abdullah, the youngster, 18 years old, he's a left-handed batter as well, has come to the wicket.
Come, Zuma. Come, gents, please.
Do you know what? I had a long conversation with my wife about this and said, I'd love to go.
Next time.
But I don't want to.
Center, that's middle stump. Daisy. You can practice it all here. Everything you thought about bowling. I tried to be honest.
Takes some time here to get going again. It's been a while since the wicket fell. But Abdullah is facing up to Schalk Engelbrecht.
Let's go, thank you.
Abdullah's off the mark, paddles around the corner with a single. Schalk Engelbrecht finishes off another successful over. He's now got 3 for 32 of 14. Bangladesh 137 for 5 after 55 overs. Bangladesh now, yesterday they lost 2 quick wickets, Robin and Shibley. And now they've lost Ifti for 59. They've also lost Rizwan this morning, both to Engelbrecht. Ifti caught Smith, bowled Engelbrecht, and Rizwan caught Khalim, bowled Engelbrecht. 137 for 5. Dayan Khalim will continue from the Ekurhuleni end. Bowling to Abdullah. Not much change in the field. First slip. Looks like a third slip. Or maybe 2 gullies. Whichever way you prefer. Brings in another man onto the offside to point. Two other players, one at extra cover, one at mid-off. Man at mid-wicket and a man at mid-off, and also a fine leg. As Dayan Khalim comes round the corner to MD Abdullah. Bowls it full. Abdullah flicks it through the leg side. And that's 1 run to the score. Khalim will work on his plans. Intriguing contest between him and Biblop going on here right now. Interesting. Khalim is scuffing up. Is he going to keep? He's going to keep coming around the wicket. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the right hander as well. It looks like it. Umpire Islam is not impressed there with Dayan Khalim. And he's got to, he's got to keep an eye for the no ball as well. And Khalim is getting rid of the lines there. Interesting line of attack by Dayan Khalim here. Now his thinking would be is to run it across Biblop, full delivery, and maybe get him to drive. But there's no slip. He has the wicketkeeper standing quite wide, and he's got a leg slip. Is he looking to bowl it short? That could be. Yeah, that's it. He's going to bowl it short into the rib cage, and hoping that Biblop is going to pop it up to Richard Salaswani as short leg. Interesting plan. And it's a good plan. I'm just concerned that there's no slip. Because you bowl a few of those, then pitch one up. The feet won't be moving as well as it should. Maybe stuck in the toilet, as they say, and then I don't want to see it slip past. Slip there. But the leg slip is in there for the short delivery as well. And he has a go. He has a loose shot at that. A one-handed waff. Interesting. Clear as day what is Khalim trying to achieve. He's got a leg slip. He's got a third man on the boundary, which we haven't seen for 4 days. So that means he's going to keep on bowling it short. So the options here is either a hook or caught it short leg. Now he's taking fine leg, the leg slip out, and he's putting back in a catching position close to the boundary. The third man is also in the catching position because he's thinking Biblop might have a go and a slash outside off stump. In comes Khalim. Again into the rib cage, probably not short enough. Goes past Selatswani. And Abdullah's on strike again. Will he have a similar game plan? Yeah, you can see the hands of Daniel Smith. Stockies, as he's called by his mates down in the Cape. You can see his hands moving there. He says he wants him to continue to bang it in. So Abdullah's a left-hander. He's now brought back the slip cordon. Third man is not there, so he's a different player, different plan. First slip, 2 gullies, backward point. Cover, short leg. Then he brings back, or takes one of the gullies out. Mitch van Buren, the captain, is busy. The thinking man's cricketer, he is. Leg slip in. Khalim comes in. This will be short again. No, he pitches it up. Not completely full. The double bluff. Another intriguing over again here by Dayan Khalim. Khalim, last ball is over, come bouncing in again to Abdullah. Abdullah pulls it away, not very comfortable, not very convincing. Nevertheless, he gets a run. Bangladesh 140 for 5.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Schalk Engelbrecht will be continuing. You're not going to get the ball of him anytime soon. He's on 3 wickets. He'll be smelling and looking for something. He'll be looking for 5 wickets here today because he's got a lot of bowling to do. Abdullah's coming. He's on 3 at the moment. Engelbrecht coming around the wicket to him. Abdullah has a go. Whacks her down the ground for 4. Engelbrecht wouldn't mind that too much. All spinners would like that, although he's very miserly as a bowler. He's always been. But he will believe that will give him a chance. He's changed up a bit. Usually he bowls the first ball of his over a bit quicker. But it runs away for 4. Engelbrecht again. Oh, Abdullah has decided. And that goes for 4 more runs. Interesting now. Abdullah has shown some intent. Young man, 18 years old. Engelbrecht bowls. He advances down the wicket. Hits it straight down the wicket towards the shallow end. Engelbrecht in again. Gets himself inside delivery. A little paddle sweep around. Captain van Buren hauls it in. And they will get back for 2 runs.
Now we playing cricket out here, lads.
Smith immediately doesn't miss a beat. Now we're playing cricket, lads, he says, referring to the positivity.
Doesn't trust his defense, Kada.
Engelbrecht just drops it into that uncertain area again. Boblop has gone 4-4-2. He takes another chance. He hits it through the offside towards backward point, rather uppishly. And one will feel something's about to happen here that would not to be bungled. It would not be to Bangladesh's benefit. Abdullah's raced to 13. Engelbrecht drops it short outside off stump. And it runs away for 4. Third 4 of the over. Engelbrecht will admit that was not the greatest delivery. Short outside off stump. Asked to be hit. And it was hit. Abdullah, he's coming and he's in 3 4s, or is it 4 4s? And he's put another spin on this. Biblop is there on 27, on 12 of 27 deliveries. Dayan Khalim will continue to Biblop. Khalim to Biblop. He's got this very interesting field. He's got a third man or catching, leg slip, short leg. Bowls it short again. Biblop ducks under it. But at some stage the double bluff will have to come out. And that's the ball which I think could go towards the slip area, but you'll notice as Dayan Khalim runs in, Daniel Smith is not standing behind the wickets because of the angle. He's more on a first slip position, as you can see there. Also short again, uppish. It's the second time that has happened. They already have two fielders behind square leg, and you're only allowed 2, can't have 3. Because I was thinking maybe you put in another fielder there next to Richard Soliswani, maybe have 2 short legs. It's the second time that one has flown past there. See, there's a guy at a square his fine leg as well. That's also in there for maybe a possible pull shot. Clear plans here. And he pitches it up. Biblop pushes it out to the offside. And he gets off the mark with a single. We will see the whole field changes again for Abdullah. He's left-hander, obviously. But you'll see more slips and gullies. And you won't see a lot of guys out on the hooks and pulls because he'll have a different plan. But he's still coming around the wicket. Khalim coming into Abdullah, who's on 17 of 10, which in the context of the game, what they're trying to achieve and how the others have played, it's completely out of game character. But it's fine. South Africa will think he can play like that, but he's going to give us a chance. With about 8 minutes to go to lunch. Khalim bowls the bouncer again. Abdullah ducks under it. Dayan Khalim, we can hear the background, known as Daisy by his teammates. Ronnebosch Boys High prodigy from about 10-12 years ago now. Grew up in Cape Town, but he's found a home at the Titans, where he's become a very effective player for them. And that is a fine delivery by Khalim. mean, the batsman is hanging back. He's expecting the short ball. As we can see here, angles in, just hold his line. Good carry. And Biblop, you'll know that he was well beaten there. My apologies. It was Abdullah. Abdullah is facing. Biblop, of course, is a right-handed batsman. Khalim will know he's got this over to finish. Maybe one after. Then he'll take a break. Have some lovely lunch under the pavilion where the players sit here at Willowmoore Park. So he's giving it all at the moment. Love to get another wicket before lunch. He gets back again, Abdullah. He's not really covering his stumps. And that's the end of the over. 155 for 5. 58 overs done. Biblop on 13, Abdullah on 17. Every wicket changes everything. This production is brought to you by SportyBet. Stay ahead with SportyBet. Schalk Engelbrecht to continue to Biblop. Pushing it towards a leg stump. Faster delivery. Once again, pushed into the leg, off towards the leg side by Engelbrecht. Now he's asking, Biblop is asking Siletswani to do his lace for him, because that's some time wasting, because Bangladesh wants to get off the park, don't face another over. Once again, Engelbrecht will rush back. He's played 3 balls off the back foot. He's got to get him forward to bring him into play. There we go. Well bowled, Schalk Engelbrecht. He's got to get him forward to bring in play the short leg and even the slip. It's a little slower. Give it a chance to turn there. Engelbrecht throwing a little gap there towards Abdullah. Engelbrecht still smarting from the previous over. Engelbrecht parroting away there at Abdullah. It's me and you after lunch. He's a very, very aggressive spinner. Love to see that. He very, very aggressive spinner, in your face all the time. Khalim, he will bowl the last over before lunch. He will be desperate to get another wicket. Bouncer again. We'll keep quiet here. Have a listen. Engelbrecht, yeah, he's still smarting, still having a go at Abdullah, who's whacked him for 3-4s in the previous over. He's letting him know he's waiting for him after lunch. Khalim in again to Abdullah. Abdullah playing it bravely off the back foot. And now Biblop and Engelbrecht is getting into it.
Captain is back.
Dayan Khalim asking the question. Very, very much down the leg side. He drift in with the hands. Looking at the stumps. Missing leg stump. Pitching outside leg stump. Apart from that, not a bad shot. Khalim clearing his throat. Looking very good as he comes running in again. Aggressive. Good delivery, well played as well by Abdullah outside off stump. As we slowly but surely work our way towards lunch. 2 more balls to go. South Africa searching for that elusive victory. 5 more wickets. Bangladesh will say there's about 60 overs left in the day. As Khalim comes running in to Abdullah, cuts it away for 4 runs. Bowls it short, outside off stump, bit of a tired delivery. You will see runs up, bowls it short, outside off stump. Quite close to his body, but he rose on top of his feet. Rolled his wrist and steered it away towards the point boundary. Khalim might be coming over the wicket. Last ball of just to change the angle again. Yes, Khalim will be coming over the wicket to Abdullah. Last ball of the morning session. Abdullah plays it strongly, plays it well. And that is lunch. Biblop played an important innings this morning, 36 runs. My apologies, 13 runs of 36 deliveries. And Abdullah has played a bright and breezy 21 of 19, which included 4 fours, as they walk off the ground to have a deserved lunch. Bangladesh came out this morning with 3 wickets down, and they started very well. Ifti and Rizwan put on a strong partnership before Rizwan lost his head, hit it straight up in the air, caught Khalim, bowled Engelbrecht, and then Ifti was caught Smith off Engelbrecht as well for 59 of 153 balls. Fought hard. Biblop came out, he's defended his wicket, looked the part, and Abdullah, he's played a few lusty shots, upset Skalk Engelbrecht by hitting a few 4s of him in 1 over, and they will both come out after lunch to take it forward. Dayan Khalim bowled a good spell before lunch, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 36. Smith started well, he got 1 for 19 of 11. So hasn't bowled today. Plaatjes started slowly but finished strong, 32 of 9 overs, and Engelbrecht 3 for 46, the best bowler. That was the first ball of the morning from, here we see Blakey coming in, goes through the slips for 4, 2 wide. That was a false shot, probably a slip needed there, goes for 4 as well. Good delivery there by Smith. He had a word that started a bit of an altercation between the two teams. Umpire Islam has a word as well. He's such an elegant player when he plays the drive. And that was an interesting Biblop nicks it. Biren gets a hand to it, puts it down, and that was a big moment in the game. Ifti cuts hard, big appeal by the bowling side, and gets given out, and he has to go for a well-played 50. Ifti, but that was a very important wicket for South Africa at the time. And we see Abdullah, he's decided he's going to take it on, comes down the wicket, smacks it past Engelbrecht, comes down again, this time hits it high and handsomely for 6. Engelbrecht here getting involved with Abdullah again, telling him he will see him after lunch, and he will, because Abdullah didn't get out. Yeah, Khalim again, bowls it wide outside off stump. Abdullah comfortably hits it to the offside, does it again. Four runs, and with that, the 2 players walk off the field for lunch. South Africa emerging 497 for 8, declared. Bangladesh batting in their first innings 271. Good bowling by Smith and Simalani, and Bangladesh following on at lunch on the 4th day of this match, first class match, 159 for 5. With Engelbrecht best bowler, 3 for 46, and Smith 1 for 19. And that we will say goodbye, and we'll see you after lunch.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on Sporty Bet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play Sporty Bet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Well, lunch is done, and the start of second session.
Let's play.
Skalkengebrecht with ball in hand. Oh, slides down leg. First runs of the second session. My name is Gamvanyigana, and once again, I'm never alone here in commentary. Neil Mumberg, your thoughts on how proceedings will go about here in the second session of day number 4? 5 wickets needed for South Africa men's emerging.
Thanks, Kamfa. Thanks for that too. Yeah, Skalkengebrecht coming into bowl to Biblop. Yeah, lots of fun and excitement just before lunch, where Abdullah decided now he's going to take Engelbrecht on, smacked him for 4 fours, or 2 fours and a 6 and 1 over. Engelbrecht, as is his want, didn't like it as he bowls it outside off stump again. And attacking field now. That one squatted a bit. So, now interesting session ahead of us here. South Africa will feel much better because they got that wicket not before lunch. And Engelbrecht got out ifty. And as we get to the end of the first over after lunch, Abdullah played very positively before lunch. No real slogging, he played some good shots. But I think South Africa won't mind that much because they believe, you know, the more shots you play, the more chance you will have. As we come to the end of that over, Engelbrecht 3 for 46 of 17 overs.
Well, that's how proceedings have gone about here in this game. South Africa men's declared at 497. Bangladesh were bowled all out for 271 yesterday. And today they've come in and they've lost 2 wickets after, or just that first session rather. It was 3 wickets down at the start of the day, now they're 5 wickets down, 5 wickets away. South Africa need for victory. And Bangladesh men's emerging still trailed by a further 65 runs. So for them, it's about negotiating those 65 runs to force South Africa to bat again. But the question is, can they negotiate those 65 runs, and how much more can they put on board to make South Africa work even further later on in the day? Well, for now, Andile Samelani will have a say with ball in hand. He's only bowled the 4 overs in the second innings. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, got an economy of 3. I think he's bowled really well here in this game. One of the pick of the bowlers alongside Yanko Smith. Oh, short. That was extremely short. Almost right on his toes.
Samlani taking over from Khalim, who bowled a long, unsuccessful on the scorecard spell before lunch, but he really bowled well. Good plans, and unlucky not to have had Biblop out earlier.
Looks like there's a clear plan here for South Africa. There's a sort of a leg slip or fly slip in the legs.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, because earlier when Khalim bowled to Abdullah, no, I beg your pardon, to Biblop, they had a fly slip, guy close to the third man boundary, leg slip, no conventional slip, short leg, 2 catches out. So it was clear that Khalim was going to try and bounce it out. And yeah, it's interesting that they've got clear plans here. Hope for South Africa's sake it works. Interesting, Somolani hasn't bowled at all today. This is his first over.
Interesting, no runs were given there because of no shot offered. So not even buys given. Oh, that's a good line. Yeah, it seems like they will attack Abdullah with a short delivery, the leg slip, a short leg in place. Just the question is, will Abdullah oblige to those short balls, or will he leave them? And how long can he leave them for going into this session here? Short again, and Abdullah goes wide underneath it. Those are easy to play when they're that short. Doesn't really force you to protect yourself as a batter. All you need to do is just get it underneath them and duck them. But they've still got plenty of overs to negotiate here. Oh, the Bangladesh men's emerging. Still have to deal with plenty of overs, but what's going to have to do now is to negotiate this period after lunch, just to refocus again for these two batters. Oh, nice fielding effort there in the covers by Skakengebrak. It was creamed to him. And got all his hands there and stopped it. Didn't even ricochet. It was wide and full there to hit for Abdullah, who's been aggressive, Mohamed Abdullah.
Very aggressive. He's definitely trying to take it on.
Over number 62 done, 161 for 5 is the score for now. Bangladesh men's emerging, still trailing by 65 runs after being forced to follow on. When they were bowled out for 271 late yesterday, they've lost a further 5 wickets now. And you have a chance to take a bet on these guys right now on Sporty Bet. And also thank you to Mega Live for these beautiful pictures that they've given us to be able to watch this outstanding game of cricket. And also right behind all of that is our amazing production team who's done a brilliant work there at the back. Skakengebrak to continue. He's picked up the 3 wickets here. He'll be thinking wicket number 4. He's got a responsibility on day number 4. And gets another. Skakengebrak into the game once again. He's pumped, and he knows how big that is to get the wicket of Biblop. He can occupy the crease, but he was tempted, and he got the outside edge and a brilliant catch at the end. Wicket number 6.
Skakengebrak has his methods. Throws it up a little bit more outside off stump. A little bit of bounce. And Mitchell van Buren takes it low down. That's a good catch as well by the captain. And Engelbrecht, he's pumped. Look at him. Look at him go. That's 4 wickets for Skakengebrak. And any bowler worth his salt would be looking for 5. Biblop walks off. He's fought hard. However, he was dropped earlier. So, you know, a cat's only got so many lives. And that's the end of him. And now South Africa only needs 4 wickets. And we have just got back from the lunch break. We are trying to ascertain how many overs there are left, but it's around 60 overs left at least, or more or less. Have a look again. Engelbrecht bowls it, just bowls it on and around that rough area. Purple, but as he does, I mentioned that earlier, he defends outside off stump. He defends, defends balls that he maybe could have left alone or played, use a different method to protect his stumps. This time he gets a thick edge, goes low and hard to Mitch van Buren, and he catches it. Mohan Khan, competent batsman, averages 27 in his first-class career, close to 2,000 runs now, and yeah, he could be one of the last recognized batsmen that came into bat. Engelbrecht off again to Mohan. Cuts hard. And that's runs away for 4. Mohan gets off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, Skalk Engelbrecht won't be too happy with that start to the new batter, releasing all that pressure. Allow him to feel, trying to give him a bit of width to play at one, and a bit too wide and a bit too short, and allows Mohan Khan to rock on the back foot. And Skalk Engelbrecht is in search for a fifer. What a well-deserved fifer it would be. He's bowled so well in these last 2 4-day games, and he's been outstanding and so accurate. And a quick single, oh, confusion. Chance will run out. Oh, my word. That could have been trouble. You can see the pressure is coming in now, a bit of panic in the Bangladesh setup right now. South African men have got a bit of a sniff. And it could be, look at that. He went hard down the wicket, did Mohan Khan, turned his bottom down pretty quickly. Oh, another one beating the outside edge. That was even close, so close. Could have been wicket number 5 for Skalk Engelbrecht.
Yeah, Engelbrecht's on the charge, yeah. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautifully bowled by Engelbrecht. Beats the bat, beats the stumps, beats the wicketkeeper. Runs away for some buys. But that was beautifully bowled. And Skalk Engelbrecht really, when he gets it to, he just gives it a little bit air. You'll never throw it up in what they call a bowler pie. But that's a little bit slower. Gives it a chance to spin and turn. As it is there, beautiful ball. Stayed a bit low though. Smith got done easily. So now he's been asking to, Abdullah is taking Engelbrecht on, and he's got the better of him before lunch, or you would think so. So Engelbrecht, yeah, he'll be licking his lips now.
Oh, again, almost going through the gate. And gets the inside edge and will go away towards the boundary. And JP King will stop it just before it gets there. And Skalk Engelbrecht is in the game big time now. He's beating the left-handed batter and the right-handed batter through the gate. 2 balls in a row. Oh, it's going to be a handful with Skalk Engelbrecht here after this lunch break. Still so many overs to deal with. And the ball is turning and it's sliding on. Everything is happening right now. 63 overs done, 168 for 6. Bangladesh still trailing by 58 runs. And man, oh boy, they've got their hands full right now with Skalk Engelbrecht with his tail up, wanting to make sure they get victory at this time. Andile Semilani coming in for another over. And you can see some reinforcements being done there. I'm not sure if Khalim is going to extra cover. He looks like he's going to be going to the slip cordon. Is Dian Khalim. Mitch van Buren having fun there. Dropped a catch earlier and probably was very disappointed after dropping that catch, and made up for it now with that catch of slip once again. Oh.
He squeezes it out to the offside there, does Mohan. No ball shown there by umpire Islam. Similani, he has a bit of a problem with the no balls. He's bowled another one now. However, I don't think it will be a much, in the bigger scheme of things, in this game anyway, will be a problem. But it's an interesting dynamic developing here now as we get into the lower order batsmen. A lot of noise, a lot of aggression from the South Africans. Good delivery by Similani. Just back of a length. Probably hits the seam, maybe hits a bit of a crack there, and it takes off. And once again, that will scramble the brains of the batsman. And as I said yesterday as well, it's not the actual ball that gets you out, it's what it does to your mind, a ball like this. Just outside off stump, and it just takes off. And Moen there, that will confuse him. He will now think, I must get back, and then the next ball stays low, and then all kinds of chaos emerges. Balls like that, that's the chess game of cricket.
Yeah,
he's got to put it out. Sorry, he's got to put it out of his mind and play the next ball on its merits. And he has a go again outside off stump. As I said, that was a long, wide, half volley, but he has a go. But his feet is not in the correct position because the previous ball confused him to such an extent that the next ball he plays a false shot.
100%, and you certainly need to refocus. Yes, Moen can't be playing those kind of strokes. If you have any hopes of surviving out here, you've got to leave those alone. You've got to leave those alone. And Hanley Similani will give you plenty to drive. Again, a bit fuller. Allows Moen Khan to go on the front foot. That's how he's picked up his wickets, as Hanley Similani, setting up the batters really well. Bowls wicket to wicket, and then gives you that one to have a big booming drive at, and very often batters get that outside edge and gets gobbled up by the slip fielders. And Moen Khan won't want to make that mistake again. He's got a massive responsibility as Moen Khan. Doesn't seem like the Bangladeshi batters have much interest of wanting to block too many deliveries. Looks like they want to play their cricket and then score runs. They did so well to survive in the previous game. Not seeing how it's going to happen this time around. Look at that drive, a gorgeous drive in the covers, beats the two fielders in the covers, so certainly go away for a boundary. A well-timed shot. There, it was full. And he got to the pitch of the delivery and got the boundary.
I can see Similani what he's trying to do, but he's erred on length the last couple of deliveries. But I believe he wants to get them because he sees the whole mindset has changed. The last hour or so before lunch, before Abdullah came to the wicket, it was all very conservative, not playing lots of shots. And now they lost the anchor batsman just before lunch, and now they've just lost Biblop as well. And it's also interesting how Abdullah is going to play all of this, because he's a youngster, he's only 18 years old, and he's got to take some responsibility now. That's better. A little bit shorter. He brought his length back somewhat, which still looks like a drive, but it was not as easy this time as it was not a proper half volley. But Moen, he's on 8 of 10 deliveries, and he's played, as they say, somewhere else. He's been playing shots all the time. And South Africa will have a lot of hope that that will lead to a wicket, and sooner rather than later. Similani charging in again as we get towards the end of his second over today. Bowls a bouncer. And Moen ducks, drops his head. And we'll have Skalk Engelbrecht coming in again. Sportybet. Back it on Sportybet. Play with the champions on Sportybet. Skalk Engelbrecht will definitely continue. He's a man who's on 4 wickets for 52 runs after 18 overs. He's got good momentum, good rhythm going. Biblov's wicket, the last over, was a beautifully constructed over, which led to the eventual fall of the wicket.
Yeah, he had a really good over to Skalking Obrak in the previous over. Beat the inside edge of both Mohan Khan and Mohammed Abdullah.
And now it's Abdullah. The two of them are at it again. And Skalk would not have liked it that he gets off strike immediately.
I don't think he minds bowling to either batters at the moment. He's bowling so well.
No, trust me, he wants to bowl at Abdullah. He wants to bowl at Abdullah because that over, when he got hit him for 2 4s and a 6, Skalking Obrak is a proud man. I just remind you, in the last over before lunch, he was in the stump. I could hear him saying to Abdullah, "It's you and me, it's you and me." So, and I wonder how Abdullah will play this, because he played Skalking Obrak well. And will he back down? Will he go for the big shots again? Well played by Moen there. Engelbrecht, he's on and about that outside off stump area.
Oh, goes for a big one. There's a fielder underneath it. It looks to be Valentine Kadime, and that's a fifer for Skalking Obrak. What a bowling we've seen from Skalking Obrak throughout the whole morning. He's been so brilliant throughout the 2 matches of the 4-day games. And he's eventually picked up his fifer. A really well-deserved fifer from Skalking Obrak.
Bangladesh are falling over here. I mean, Moen, won't get the chance, but I'd like to ask him, what were you thinking there? And he would probably say, no, sir, I wasn't thinking. I mean, that shot was, he's hit it straight to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. He's just got in. He's just got in to bat. He gets 8 or 14 balls. And Bangladesh right now are really up against it. 3 wickets to get, and it'll be a mammoth and unrealistic to think that they can survive from here.
Not too sure what's the plan here for Bangladesh men's emerging, but it doesn't look good at the moment. Looking to be taking on Skalking Obrak. No need whatsoever to do that, as Mohan Khan has lost his wicket and has brought Rohan to the crease. Really unnecessary shot to be played. And kudos to Skalking Obrak for picking up a fifer. What a well-deserved fifer from Skalking Obrak. Arshaful Rohan. There's his numbers, 5 matches, average of 32, best of 46. That won't matter much right now. He needs to help his side survive here. The way they're batting, they're not looking for survival. They're looking to play cricket once again. Bit of a lack of responsibility from the Bangladesh men. And there's the numbers of Skalking Obrak. First innings, bowled a mammoth 26 overs, only got 1 wicket. But in the second, 18 overs, 7 maiders, 53 runs and 5 wickets at an economy of 2.8. He's been so good throughout this 2-game series. More good bowling from Skalking Obrak. That's the end of over number 65. That's brought a wicket, 174 for 7.
Skalk Engelbrecht will be extremely happy. He's just at the start of his career. He's about 23 years old now, and this is his first fifer of his career in his 6th first-class game. Really, really rewarding for him and showing off his skill, and we will follow his career with interest as it develops in the next few seasons. The Proteas are playing Australia again. Australia is coming to South Africa for 3 tests and also some white ball cricket from the 24th of September to the 31st of October. Go out and watch, support the Proteas in playing Australia in South Africa. So Malani to continue from the Kick Cordeleni end, and he's going to be bowling to MD Abdullah. He lets it go down the leg side. I've been impressed with Abdullah Kamfa. He showed some skill, he showed some grit. They've peppered him with bounces before lunch. He's still there. He's been put to the sword verbally by Skalk Engelbrecht and a few others, and he's, as an 18-year-old, he's stand up nicely. I'll be looking forward to see how his career develop in Bangladesh cricket as well.
But wider there for Manlisi Milani. Playing in a bit shorter. And Abdullah doesn't go for it. Good decision. Those are the type of decisions that you need to make, the good ones. From Mohamed Abdullah. Just not having the batting partners looking for at the moment. All of them looking to play aggressive cricket and attack the ball, and no need in many occasions. Wide again from Similani. Not too sure what's the plan right now.
Similani, I'm not sure if that's the plan. It actually did shape away, but you got to start that a lot straighter. Because even the batsman wanted to hit that, it was so far, he might have missed it anyway. Janko Smith is still in the field. He might get a go to try and wrap up the tail when they come out to bat. And it's Abdullah facing up to Samilani. Good bouncer. But you can see the ball just dies before it gets to Daniel Smith there.
Abdullah has shown some really good discipline. Not playing those shorter deliveries, getting under them. Not being too flustered by them. He just needs support out there. He really needs support. The moment he's holding his own is Mohamed Abdullah. Again, another one banged in short by Anilesi Milani. Gets underneath it. South Africa smelling victory. Tasting victory with 3 wickets away from victory. And Skalk Engelbrecht will want to do bulk of that job. The way he's bowled, looks like he'll be threatening to get more wickets.
Samilani running in again. Oh, that's a good delivery. Abdullah does everything in his power to keep it out. This pitch outside off stump, track back. And that's the end of the over. 174 for 7 after 66. Skalk Engelbrecht, you won't get the ball away from him anytime soon. He is really, really up for it after his maiden fifer in first-class cricket.
Skalkenberg in for over number 20. All the work that he's put in throughout the series is now being rewarded. His accuracy, his persistence, his passion is shown throughout. And he's made the job for Mitch van Buren so much easier because of his accuracy and his economy. It's always hovering around 2 under 3 runs per over. And then also always threatening, targeting those stumps, allowing Mitch van Buren to have attacking fields. And not just that, but he allows for the seamers on the other end to be rotated because he bowls such long spells, such efficient long spells.
He throws it up there again. You make such valid points there, Comfort. It's, you know, to have a spinner like this in your lineup, just to hold up one. And now he's taken 5 wickets as well, because so he's doing more than one job at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, a chance for short leg. Gets the inside half of the bat and just evades Modiri Jiteko. That's what's so good about Skalkenberg. You always have to be focusing every single ball. He's probing at your stumps. How close was that to Modiri Jiteko? Oh, it just evades him. And also maybe bouncing a bit too short of Modiri Jiteko. And he gets his threes over so quickly. Look at those numbers from Skalkenberg. 2 matches, 9 wickets. I feel like that wickets column doesn't even do him justice because he probably could have gotten a lot more. That's how well he's bowled. And if you could see his economy throughout the series, even better. Oh! Mohamed Abdullah trying to cut that one very low. He's so hard to get away, Skalkenberg, because of the line he bowls at. Oh, you can see Mohamed Abdullah looking to go for a big slog sweep there. Turns down that slog sweep. 67 overs done. 175 for 7. See then the work of Skalkenberg today. He's been a game changer throughout the series with how economical he's been. But this has been what's been great about him today. The wickets he's taken. That's his first wicket he took. A brilliant catch by Dian Khalim. It was up in the air for a very long time. And here's his second wicket. Short and looked to cut it away. Was Iftaka Ifti and then caught by Daniel Smith. And the slip caught. And then this was the last one. Another one there. A brilliant catch by Mitch van Buren. And then the last one from Mohan Khan. Maybe a poor stroke. Slog sweep down in the deep. Caught by Valentine on the boundary. What a great body of work put in by Skalkenberg today. 4 wickets. And 5 in total in the innings.
So Milani's back. He gets it to bounce a bit. I think it was another no ball if I heard correctly over the stump, Mike. No. Samulani still coming round the wicket to Rowan.
Yeah, he struggled with bowling those no balls as Samulani, something that he'll have to go back and work on before the start of the CSA 4-day series. You want to make sure he doesn't have those errors in his run-up, because I feel it's a run-up issue. Another outside edge, and Andile Similani gets wicket number 8. And his trademark celebration, leaping up in the air and pumping up there. And victory is getting closer and closer for South Africa as Rohan walks off.
Similani just plugging away there. There's an area that at this stage of the game with 7 wickets down, you need to hit, and he hit it. Not coming in. Little bit of movement away. Rowan has a drive at it. Smith takes a regulation catch. And Ashraful Rohan trudges off disconcertingly. He walks off the field. And now South Africa is on the cusp of victory in this test match and also in the series. And it's Mehedi Hassan coming out to bat. If I remember correctly, he batted high up in the first innings. I was impressed with this man's bowling. And he's going to get stronger as he gets older. But what can he do with a bat? First class career, best of 25, average of 4, total of 82, no hundreds, no 50s. And based on that, he's a proper tail ender. And and it's mentally, does he feel like supporting Abdullah? Does he feel like gutsing it out, or is he just going to have a go?
Not too sure. He'll be doing a lot of blocking is Mehedi Hassan. He was peppered with short balls by Yanka Smith right there in the first innings, and he just guided one to the slip cordon. Not too sure he'll want to have too many of those coming his way. Want to protect those fingers as much as he can is Mehedi Hassan. And you can see Mohamed Abdullah struggling with his groin there. He's called the first aiders or physios immediately after that wicket had fallen. He has the wicket of Andile Similani. He's also bowled so well, Andile Similani. That area that's troubled so many batters in this game. Getting the outside edge. Big nick into the hands of Daniel Smith. Easy catch at the end. And it's 175 for 8. Another big session here for South Africa emerging. A few have come through in shorts, and a few maybe family members of the players, maybe locals. And they must be enjoying what they're seeing out there. The few that have come out today on day number 4, South African win.
So Abdullah still getting treated. I can't be sure, but the gentleman in the blue tracksuit and red tracksuit pants there looks like Merrick Brett, who is a teammate of Skalk Engelbrecht at Takkies, also a former Titans player. Also played SA under 19, watching on there. Nice to see him supporting his teammates here.
The man right next to him looks like a Brock Lesnar. He's quite massive. There's a man on towards his left there.
There's massive people there in the East Rand. And as we still wait, Abdullah. Score 175 for 8, 67.2 overs.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is anything in rugby blitz. Play it now, only on Sportsbet.
Mohamed Abdullah seems to be all good now. And Mehedi Hassan will have a crack at his first delivery to Andile Similani. Not too sure what kind of hang around he can do alongside Mohamed Abdullah. But Mohamed Abdullah would have to do his best to protect him as best as he can. Not too sure if he can do that for a full, 50 odd overs remaining of the day. 50 plus overs certainly. To be a very difficult task. I understand if maybe it was later on in day number 4, maybe to negotiate about 20 overs, but to ask him to protect him for that long will be a difficult task, considering also the new ball wouldn't be too far away. Oh, that's a very good line by Andesimlan. And a good leave for Mahedi Hassan, a good start. Not too sure how many of those he can let go with those 3 thirsty slip fielders waiting, and even 4 maybe. But 4, you got Mitch van Buren, Skalk Engelbrecht, Dian Khalim, Modiri, Ditego, waiting, eagerly waiting for that outside edge. They're quite close together now, anticipating an edge coming anytime from now. They're having so much fun out there. You can see the banter between Mitch van Buren, Dan Khalim, and Daniel Smith. Good leave once again by Mahedi Hassan. That's all you need to do at the moment. Just let those go. Force Andesimlan to come to him. Yeah, he's been outstanding, Andesimlan, in this game. He struggled a bit in the first 4-day match, but he's come really good here in this one. Picked up some good healthy wickets in that first session, first innings, 3 wickets. He's picked up the 1 here. But I like how he's gone about his work. Oh, chipped up in the air. He was dismissed in a very similar fashion in that first innings was Mahedi Hassan. This time around, it lands safely. Smith is always into the batters. Mahedi, not sure how long he will survive for out there. 2 wickets away from victory. South Africa men's emerging after a really good performance, after enforcing the follow-on yesterday afternoon, and great decision that was. That's resulted in them find themselves at 175 for 8. Oh, good shot. Who says tail enders can't play? Beautiful cover drives. That looks like a top order batter. 4 runs for Mahedi Hassan.
Yeah, Andile Similani dishes up a juicy half volley. And Mahedi Hassan, not much footwork, but he gets his hand to it. As you can see there, he just hangs back and then leans into it. The ball hits the bat, gets timed well, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, well said there. The ball hits the bat. Put his bat there and was hoping for the best when he put his bat there. Tried to get his legs out the way as best as he could. 68 overs done. 179 for 8. Bangladesh men's emerging, still trailing by 47 runs. Not too sure if they can negotiate many of those 47 runs, and even if they can, maybe they could add maybe at most 50 more, depending how long this tail can wag. Skalk Engelbrecht will be a handful for both Mahedi Hassan and Mohamed Abdullah. And it seems like there might be an issue with the seam of the ball. Or is it more what's on the fingers of Skalk Engelbrecht? How good has Skalk Engelbrecht been?
So again, starts with a full delivery. A little bit slower this time. He'll mix it up again. Abdullah, he is licking his lips. So it's Skalk Engelbrecht. And Abdullah, he hasn't said anything yet. He's about to tell him, why are you going to hit it again? Skalk Engelbrecht coming in from the Chalet's end. A bit of a teaser outside off stump there. He wants him to have a go, because he knows then he's got a chance.
You can see he was calling mid-off up to tempt Mohamed Abdullah to go for that one over the top.
Well played there by Abdullah. Just rocks back. And he's just rocks back. Players are having a laugh at the expense of Valentine Katima there. He doesn't look impressed. Interesting, you watch Skalking Obrecht compared to other bowlers. He's in charge of his own field. He sets his own field. I think the captain is also letting him be. He knows what he wants.
Yeah, he's got 2 balls at Mahedi Hassan. Not sure how much interest will Mahedi Hassan in terms of blocking him out. Might go for a big hoik down the leg side. May go 2 ways, connect or hit the stumps. There we go. He's gone for 1 straight. And it'll go over the top of Andile Similani. I knew there was only 2 results coming out of that. And Mohammed Abdullah has taken the strike, saying, let me handle things for now. Kept his head down for as long as he could, did Mahedi Hassan. Didn't get the best connection though. Could have easily chipped that one straight up into Andile Similani to get wicket number 6 for Skalking Obrecht. Oh, good delivery again. Towards the stumps to end over number 69. 181 for 8. Sportybet is the way to go. If you have bet this morning for South Africa emerging to get victory, you may be a winner. And thanks to Mega Live also for these beautiful pictures alongside Sportybet. Andile Similani to continue for yet another over. Over number 9 for Andile Similani. He's picked up the 1 wicket. And the previous over, he'll want to get another. He's got opportunity at Mahedi Hassan. He's got 6 balls at him now. And he can set him up and try to get that outside edge. Mahedi Hassan left really well in the previous over of Andile Similani. Not sure how much more of that he can do. Oh, targeting those pads, maybe sliding down leg.
Yeah, indeed. If you're looking like he's tracking towards leg stump. Always exciting or excited. It's how excited the bowler gets because he got the batter to play a false shot, but it was definitely looking like he's going, no, that was missing another half a set at least.
Yeah, Sadajul Islam shook his head immediately. Milan will have another crack at those stumps, so maybe that outside edge. Oh, again into those stumps. Feel like something is coming here. Bit of a setup. We'll go stumps, then maybe that wide one to attempt him to play that cover drive he played in the previous over.
Mahedi is looking to do 2 things. So one is not to get found in front of the stumps, because you see he's moving towards the leg side. But when he recognizes anything and there's any width, he will have a swing, as he showed with that good 4 hit in the previous over. And that was a catch. That was a catch there. I think Janko Smith got a hand to it.
Not sure there's opportunity to catch there, was there? Didn't hear shots of catch it. I think he may have landed well short. May have bounced into the ribs of Janko Smith.
Let's have a look here as we see this delivery from Similani coming again. Looked upish. Yeah, it's difficult to say there from that. From the amount of pain that he's shown, it's, I don't know, maybe he's embarrassed, who knows. Good bouncer by Similani again. Maybe he feels he's deserved the wicket. Janko seems to be in real distress here. Call the ambulance. He'll survive. Big strapping lad. Also had a good game, Janko Smith.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's a tough lad, is Janko Smith. It's just probably stinging. It's never nice to catch ones in the ribs. I think it just bounced away, a bit too short on him and then ricocheted off that surface there. Oh, shit to the short leg! Waiting for the finger from the umpire. And eventually given out. And another wicket falls. Wicket number 9, 183 for 9. Andile Similani is back in the wickets once again. Mahedi Hassan again, another short ball. Makes him walk off. He's never comfortable with those ones coming in short towards the ribs. And an easy catch for Richard Senetwane, a short leg.
Richard was sure. The bowler was sure. The batter pretended not to be sure. But the most important, the umpire was sure.
Yeah, took his time to make the decision.
Took his time. I think he wanted to give him a chance just to walk off. Do the right thing.
The end is near for the Bangladesh men. I said Andile Similani had 5 deliveries, set him up really well, bowled it full a few times in the over. Interesting that they took the 2 to the Bangladesh men. And that option when he drove it down the ground, should have maybe taken 1 and protect him. But they took 2, and now Andile Similani has got the wicket of Mahedi Hassan with another short ball. Does not enjoy the short ones at Mahedi Hassan. And 1 wicket away from victory. A really well-deserved victory from the South African men emerging. They would have felt they deserved victory in the first 4-day match. And this time, they have 1 wicket away from a real outstanding victory. A big bowling performance and also a big batting performance. Abu Hassan has come out to the crease. 12 matches, 158 runs, an average of 11. Yeah, those numbers speak for themselves. He won't do much with bat in hand. Not too sure if you want to be peppered with many short balls either. There's Hasim. Similani, a chance to get wicket number 6 for the match, to wrap up what has been an outstanding game for South African men's emerging. Goes with the fuller one. Hasim gets it out, and 70 overs done. And 183 for 9.
South Africa on the verge of clinching the test match, or the unofficial 4-day first class unofficial test match, as they call it now. It doesn't really sit comfortably, that, but it's a first class match of high quality players, and Engelbrecht will try and wrap it up, get his 6th wicket. And again, I wonder, Mr. Abdullah, how are you going to play this? Are you going to go big, or are you going to just try and protect Hasim on the other side? He showed a lot of maturity as Abdullah today with a bat. Showed some potential, showed some talent, and some guts as well. Oh, there we go. There's my answer. He's going to have a dart. He needs to get under the skin of Mr. Engelbrecht a little bit more. They're going to see each other down the line again. Hopefully for both of them in the national sides. Cuts away for 1. Is he going to take the one, though?
Hasn't taken the one. Says, I'll take care of things from here onwards.
The youngster, no respect to the older man on the other side. You can't bat, give it to me. I want to have a go at Skalk here. I'll play it again there by Abdullah. Showing his competence. Skalk Engelbrecht on the other hand, he will have a plan. He's got a man catching at short leg. Skalk is pulling out his best English there to make sure that Abdullah understands what he's saying. He usually talks in Afrikaans to his mates. And he goes big and he goes hard and it goes away for 4. Goes over the head of the slip there, Van Buren. Engelbrecht will not be impressed. But Abdullah, he's played like this before lunch. The term "fortune favors the brave" comes to mind. Engelbrecht, he will feel that he still has a chance here. He had a full go through the kitchen sink and other few utensils in it too at that ball. Didn't go where he wanted, but it still went for 4. 187 for 9. Still 39 runs in the follow. In the second innings, the follow-on needed to make South Africa bat again. I'd like to think that's highly unlikely, but possible. Engelbrecht again, 2 balls left. We'd love to get a 6 for you. What's better than a 5 for? A 6 for. That was
Big appeal by Skalk Engelbrecht. Very close to that leg stump.
very adjacent. Probably umpire might have felt either going down leg or might have just pitched outside leg stump. You never know. We'll see with the replay coming up. Oh, that's very close. Very close. It's all happening here. Abdullah is dancing, trying to flick it, trying to dull scoop it. Mitch van Buren is trying to preempt.
I've seen plenty of exciting cricket throughout these last couple of weeks. This is even more exciting. Australia coming to town, 24th of September to the 31st of October. You don't want to miss out. And I tell you, that will be a hell of a series between South Africa and Australia. Defensive stroke. How long can Bangladesh frustrate South Africa for in terms of getting that last wicket? 187 for 9, still trailing by 39 runs. 39 runs seeming very far from here onwards. You saw the intent of Mohamed Abdul. He's not looking to survive anymore. He knows the end is near. Oh, big slash by Asim. Could have easily got big nick on that. Very close to the outside edge. Yeah. Can almost feel it now. Short again. Singh doesn't get tempted this time around.
Dili Samilani's had a good return in this match. 3 wickets in the first innings, 2 in the second. And if you can average 5 wickets for every first-class match you play, you're going to get a lot. So he'll be happy. Like Kamva said, he wasn't at his best in the first game, but he's made a good return here in the second game. And if you look at this current skill set we're witnessing here, and you add in his improvement that will invariably come as a batsman, because you can see he's very competent and he's got some hundreds at a decent level as well. Hasim drives, and he drives well. Got the outside of the bat, so it won't go for 4. Janko Smith, he's not sliding with that sore rib. And he gets it back, and 3 more runs to the score, and 3 more runs to Hasim. With that, also gets off the mark. And Abdullah will be facing up the last 2 balls to Andile Samilani, the man who used to sit on the benches at Maritzburg College, the famed school in the Midlands of KwaZulu-Natal.
It's a really good drive there by Hasim. Looks like he can hold his own with bat in hand. Ran it 3 pretty hard there, easy at the end. See how Mohammed Abdul deals with these next 2 deliveries. Might just come down the wicket. Oh,
Abdullah pulls, and he pulls hard, and he pulls for 4. Mohammed Abdullah, he's been impressive today. He stood up tall on his toes, did Abdullah, and he pulls it toward the mid-wicket boundary. And he goes on to 33. Very impressive performance by this young man, all of 18 years old. Look at that. Bowls it short, rocks back, pulls it down into the ground, into the gap. And that was always going to be 4. Andile Samilani, what has he got up his sleeve for the last ball of the over? I think it's going to be important. Yeah, you can boil him out, but try and keep him on off strike for the next over. Pulls it again, another short ball. And unfortunately for South Africa, Abdullah takes 1. And he will now face up to Skalk Engelbrecht again. But if he plays like he played the over before, it'll be very interesting. Because he's coming down the wicket, he had a bit of a dull scoop going. He went for the big slog sweep that went over slip for 4. So I think it's time to keep the safety belts on, because it's going to happen soon. Mitchell van Buren, proud captain at the moment, walking down with the two helmets. Stocky Smith really played well in the first innings, the wicketkeeper batsman from Western Province. He can be proud of himself. Dayan Khalim, fulfilling his promise, looking really, really good, running in, also batted very well. But right now, all eyes on Skalk Engelbrecht, the Office prodigy. Big things were, people were saying things about him years ago, and today we see why.
Short there.
Rocks back, Abdullah doesn't take the single. Skalk Engelbrecht, of course, went Afrikaans Hoërseun School in Pretoria, where he was coached by Dion Botha, who also coached A.B. de Villiers and Faf du Plessis and Neil Wagner and Jacques Rudolph, and the list just goes on. Pulls it around. That's a 4. That's not a good delivery from Skalk Engelbrecht. And Abdullah, who's shown today that he has a bright future ahead of him, he jumps all over it and pulls it towards mid-wicket for a comfortable 4.
Yeah, it was jack short there by Skalk Engelbrecht. Very short it was. Skalk Engelbrecht won't mind this. Won't mind him going at him. Just takes that one delivery to get his wicket. Swept him and swept him hard and swept him away for 4. That's another good stroke from Mohamed Abdullah. This will frustrate Skalk Engelbrecht. Been a tough contest between him and Mohamed Abdullah. One a bit fuller and darted to the stumps. Mohamed Abdullah anticipated that, went down on one knee and swept it away. What a performance has been. Still chewing away at that trail bite. Maybe, just maybe, South Africa might have to bat again and chase a couple of runs.
It's looking more likely now.
Oh, almost chopping the one back onto the stumps.
A little arm ball there. 4th ball of the over. And Abdullah nearly misread that. But in the end, managed to dig it out. Good ball there from Skalk Engelbrecht.
Anticipate a scoop here, a dual scoop to get that single or to get himself off the mark. Try rotate the strike and give Hasim the strike for the last ball. You see, he wants that single. Let's see what shot he plays here. Might come down the wicket or might play a scoop to get that single. He's blocked it out.
Overboard. That's drinks, gents.
And drinks will be taken. And 73 overs done. 203 for 9. South Africa emerging, needing one more wicket for victory. And Bangladesh men still trailing by 23 runs after being forced to follow on. So from our side, we'll take a short little bit of drinks break and we'll join you after the drinks.
Please, mate. You didn't go ice ball for me yesterday.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet. Football. Rugby. It's cricket time.
Drinks break is done. One ball bowled after the drinks. Siaplaki into the attack after the drinks break. Replacing Andile Similani. There's his numbers. Hasn't picked up a wicket here in the second innings, but he's bowled well. Oh, that's a gorgeous drive. Oh, on the up. Hasim has looked so good. And 19 runs away from making South Africa bat again. Bangladesh. Hasim has held his own. Look at the flow of those hands. So good. Oh, looks in line. Oh, not too sure if that was missing the stumps. Maybe a bat on that. That's the only thing that would have maybe stopped Sadijul Islam from raising his finger. That looked absolutely plump. Maybe sliding down leg, marginally sliding down leg. One wicket away. South Africa emerging men. Targeting those stumps again, driven again, quick single, will he complete it? Oh! That would have been a brilliant run out from Richard Seletwane. A quick pickup and a quick throw. Just needed to be direct onto the stumps. Clean motion. Could have ended the game there, right there and there. On an exclamation mark. Mohamed Abdullah back on strike. Outside edge, oh, another drop catch by Mitch van Buren. That is a little bit frustrating. Mohamed Abdullah went for the big booming drive. Again, Daniel Smith could have gone for it. Another one he watches. I'm not too sure if the communication is right there between Daniel Smith and Mitch van Buren. If Daniel Smith is leaving those just like that, I think maybe you'd want Mitch van Buren slightly more be closer to him and a bit further back. Outside edge again! This time around, safely into the hands of Mitch van Buren, and brings to an end of what has been an outstanding performance from South Africa men's emerging. Bangladesh men's emerging, all out for 210 after being forced to follow on yesterday and fall 16 runs short of that follow-on score. What a performance, what a game we've seen. And finally, it comes to an end just after the 1 p.m. South Africa men's emerging win by an innings and 16 runs. And Valterlachen and Sadijul Islam shake hands with the two Bangladesh men's batters and the two umpires as well congratulate each other for what has been a really good performance. Mohamed Abdullah, he showed fight and hunger out there, but his fight has come to an end. He scored 44 runs of just 56 deliveries, and both teams will shake hands. And what has been an outstanding series between these two emerging sides. They've really emerged and have put their hands up. The likes of Skalk Engelbrecht, Janko Smit, Richard Seletswane, Mitch van Buren, Moteur Teteko's batted well. JP King came into the game, scored 149 as well. Most of these players will take all these performances into their 4-day series campaigns, into their franchises, and they'll take plenty of confidence, especially also the Bangladesh men who've come out to South Africa and have really put their hands up as well. The likes of Ankon, FTK, Imam, who was there in the first game, who's part of the SAA now. Maybe FTK will get a shout as well. But both of these sides have showed hunger and fight to be at the top of the game. And what a tour it's been for Bangladesh men's emerging. From the ODI Tri-Series right up until the 4-day games, they've really come out to South Africa and show some brilliant performances, held their own more than anything else. And they'll be so proud. The man on screen there, Biblop as well, forgot to mention him, who's played so well as well, batted really well, bowled well. And some of the guys who've never been to South Africa as well would have learned a plenty coming out here to South Africa. Obviously, the SAA side will play next week as well, who will continue the tour of South Africa. And maybe some of these guys here will join them there based on the performances they pulled off here. In terms of South Africa, a lot of boxes will be ticked, a lot of questions will be asked, and it will be a proud moment for both countries. Here's how this innings has ended. Sia Plaki dishes it up there, and Mitch van Buren this time gets into those buckets of hands. After dropping his second catch of the day, would have been really disappointed. The very next ball gets an opportunity to rectify his mistakes, and that time around does not make even an inch of a mistake. You can see there a subdued celebration because of the fact that he missed out on the first opportunity. He holds his standards so high, does Mitch van Buren. And you can see there a sigh of relief more than anything else for Mitch van Buren. But what performances from Skalk Engelbrecht as they clap him off. See his teammates very, very proud of him, putting his hand up. But we'll be joining the guys downstairs now for the post-match presentation to see who's the player of the series, who's the man of the match. A lot of guys have put their hands up. Janko Smit has played well. Skalk Engelbrecht has played well. A few Pakistani guys, Bangladesh guys have played well as well. FTK, Ankon have put their hands up with bat in hand. And it will be interesting to see where that man of the match or player of the series goes to. And for now, we'll look at the scorecard of Bangladesh. See plenty of starts there. Azizul, FTK, Rizwan, Biblop, Mohamed Abdullah also fighting there. But unfortunately couldn't convert their starts to complete the fight here in the second innings. And South Africa emerging win by an innings and 19 runs. A convincing victory for South Africa men's emerging. This time around they forced Bangladesh to follow on as they had the opportunity in that first innings, in the first 4-day match. We look at the bowling numbers. You see there, most of the bowlers contributed outside of the two part-timers. You look at Khalim with the 1 wicket, bowled brilliantly. Janko Smit as well, bowled amazingly in that first innings. And Andile Similani as well, bowled really well. Sia Blakey alongside Skalk Engelbrecht, the star of the show, the star of the innings. 5 wickets, 68 runs, 7 maidens and 23 overs. Bowled a lot of overs as usual and very economical as per usual. And Bangladesh men's emerging all out for 210 after 74 overs.
Remember, people are waiting for us. I need to give them an update. It's a lot, 10 minutes. I can't do that.
Skalk Engelbrecht coming into bowl. Good catch there by Van Buren. And that was the beginning of the end. Look at Engelbrecht pumped up there. Biblop getting him out there. another one out to the long on boundary there. Kitime takes a good catch. And at this moment, Engelbrecht was starting to wrap matters up just after lunch. And the court behind as well. Simelane bowled really well this afternoon. Gets a wicket. And then at 4 there, Mambahedi. The strong fast bowler. And Simelane and again. Pops it up to Richard Silitswani. Takes a catch. But subdued there. Umpire gives it out in the end. Simelane is happy. And Skalk Engelbrecht again. To Abdullah, who's been taking on the whole day. Swings to the leg side, goes the other way, overslip. And right there, Abdullah pulls Simelane through the onside as well. Sweeps Skalk Engelbrecht in front of square towards the pavilion. And at this stage, it was just actually a procession. And then it ends. Abdullah caught at slip by Mitchell van Buren, the proud captain of Plaatjies bowling, and that is the end. And South Africa, I would say, the well-deserved winners. They've dominated this game from day one with JP King's batting, supported by Mitchell van Buren, and then the bowling from Janko Smit. And then today, Skalk Engelbrecht blew them away with a fantastic 5 for 68, supported by Simelane 2 for 31. And getting bowled out for 210. And South African men's emerging won by an innings and 16 runs, beating Bangladesh men emerging side.
Yeah, that's the scorecard. Tells the whole story of what's happened in the last 4 days. As you can see, South African men's emerging were absolutely dominant with the bat in hand, dominant with the ball in hand. Few innings, you can see the FT putting his hand up once again, but unfortunately it was not enough. And we'll go downstairs now to see the post-match presentation. And maybe also the pictures of what's happened downstairs. Let's see what's happened there.
It was good to see the players as they walked off. There was quite a bit of animosity yesterday and today. Players walking off, embracing each other, and it seems like all's forgotten. And old adage is what happens on the field stays on the field. And some warm embraces as we're still waiting for the formalities to commence downstairs. So, so as I said, the South African side, you see in the front the South African coaching staff having a chat. Mr. Maketa, the coach, very good coach of the South African emerging side. Malibongwe Maketa, he has coached the Proteas before. He would be very impressed and happy with the performance. And if you have a look at the series now, Mitch van Buren, he had a very good series average. He got 258 runs at a strike rate of 64, which is not that important in red ball cricket. Best of 171. Daniel Smith also 194 runs, best of 85. Ifti, he had a great series as well, 179 runs, 350s. He highest of 70. Richard Silitswani, he made his mark in the first match, 150 not out. Modiri Leteko, he also scored 100 of 113. Then JP King in this match, 149. Ankon, not playing in this game, got 97, and Maziful Islam got 62. Dayan Khalim scored a brilliant 69 yesterday. Azrul Tanim, he got 64 runs with a best of 35. And also Rizwan today got 33, and also showed some endeavour and guts on the batting department.
Look at the guys who did the job with ball in hand. Not surprised to see Skalk Engelbrecht right on the top of the pile there. How brilliant he was throughout the 2-match series, and alongside Janko Smith, both persisted and bowled so well. But they were backed up really well by other bowlers as well. Imam, who missed out on this game, is part of the Bangladesh A side now, who bowled really well in that first game. Picked up the 6 wickets in that game. Hasim as well picking up the 3. Bayana Machola also bowled so well in that first game, was so consistent in his lines and lengths. And a few guys also contributed there at the bottom. Siap Laiki, Dan Khalim, who recently joined the game, alongside Animal Haq, who tried as well in that first game, but to no avail. But the two outstanding guys with ball in hand, right at the top there, Skalking Obraka and Janko Smith.
Here in the background, Gary Pina, the match referee, is doing the presentations. As we can see there, the man of the match, JP King, for his outstanding 149 for South Africa.
Our viewers for joining us throughout the ODI series, tri-series that took place in Johannesburg, across Pretoria as well, and also this test series, or this 4-day series as well, alongside Bangladesh Men's Emerging. Thanks for them for joining us here in South Africa, and we want to thank all the viewers for joining us, and thanks to SportyBet and Mega Live and to this amazing production team. My name is Gavan Nyigana. Thank you, and thank you Neil Mumberg for being with me here in the commentary box. Look forward to seeing you once again for plenty of cricket action throughout the season.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.